pulling your ass out 1 week before a certain event. This is so obvious what you're doing.
This is why nobody likes you.
Pulling your ass out. This is all part of the script.
You always got to be the guy with the last word.
You're the big cool guy. Your ass out.
Because you're a baby. You're not that smart. ASMR fucking watch talk. Be my fucking guest.
I tried to do you a favor. I fucked you.
You couldn't just let it fucking go, right? You gotta just keep pushing. Gotta push it. So you just want to push it because you're a baby. And you made a channel with them trying to troll me.
Your ass out.
That's how much you took it to heart.
Ooh, big boy.
You're not that smart.
What are you talking about?
Tommy probably knows. You're not exactly known for smooth transactions and making friends, are you?
Your ass out. You triggered so hard. Ass out. It's so funny.
Tommy probably knows. Let's suck OC's cock. Go ahead. You've got to jump from side to side.
Does it hurt?
You got 40 subscribers.
I'm going to ask Higgins something, and I want him to answer honestly. Can you do that, Higgins?
Look, you're not gonna tell me what I'm gonna reply or not.
You fuck me, you moron. What are you?
That is just another lie.
Yeah, I know. Don't tell anyone but Germans. Real favor.
What are you talking about? This is so obvious what you're doing.
Stop coming on all the channels promoting your little bullshit. Nobody cares. You could go make fun of my watch, which is one of the hottest watches out, but you can make fun of it. Okay. No, I'm not a little child. You're the little child who keeps bringing it up.
You're triggered. You're triggered so hard. It's so funny.
You want to be a dick? Now we'll play hard.
You're the big cool guy.
ASMR fucking watch talk. Be my fucking guest. He's now banned from every channel or I'm out. Now you want to see Diva? Go suck OC's cock.
Oh, yo, how's it going, guys? ASMR Watch Talk this Saturday. How goes it? Hopefully everybody's well. I'm just going to get the show started here in a second. I will run a clip, and then we will get this one going. So I'll do it in typical Archie fashion. Why don't we go with 1 minute?
1 minute.
Do your thing, do your thing, do your thing.
They're like fish. You know, like fish. They go off in the shop. Just 1 minute, B. I was going to say something. Just hang on. I got to take this call. Just got to take this call quickly. Jesus, 1 minute. Fuck, what's going wrong?
OHS officer, I'll be back in 1 minute.
All it says is
1 minute. Just gonna take this call. 1 minute. I'll go and check the internet. I'll check it. I'll be back 1 minute. Give me 1 minute.
don't bullshit, don't bullshit.
It's not illegal.
I'll be back in 1
over
moment. I'm
10,000.
just going for a toilet break. We're gonna wrap up soon, but we'll keep going.
Sure.
I'll just go to the toilet. I'll be back in 1 minute.
30 seconds or 1 minute or 90 seconds. Yeah, I'll just be 1 minute. Just hang on one tick.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I'll just be 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute.
I have my own preference
I'll just
for
be
oil.
1 minute. I'll just be 1 minute there. Just give me a minute. Just 1 minute there. I just
let me fucking finish. You
have to say one thing there.
But,
Yes. Yes.
but they actually
Here's my
found out
Speedmaster.
Just 1 minute. Just one moment. I gotta make that coffee. Guys, I'm just taking a quick toilet break. I'll be right back. I'm just going to a bathroom. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Bathroom break.
I will be back in 1 minute, Bear. Just cover me for a minute, Bear. Just keep talking. Keep talking.
Of course.
1 minute.
They do a show together. That's not my fucking show. That's their show.
1 minute. Cover me. Super chat. I'll be back in 1 minute. All I gotta do is pour hot water into the cup.
Is my microphone not working?
Just 1 minute. I'll be back. 1 minute.
Where are you going?
I gotta put the aircon on. 1 minute, guys. I gotta check something. I gotta check. 1 minute.
Check something real quick. Quick.
Hey, everybody, it's Mr. Drummond here.
Be 1 minute, boys. 1 minute. 1 minute. I'll just get a glass of water. 1 minute. 1 minute.
You have no idea of the pets I've had. I've had a pet hawk. I've had a pet wild boar.
I'm just gonna let Dave talk to you guys for a minute. I'll be back in 1 minute. The water. 1 minute. 1 minute. Sorry, guys. 1 minute. 1 minute. I had to break off ice. I got ice in my hand. Let me throw that. Just hang on one tick. I just gotta check something. 1 minute, guys. Just cover me.
This is our big moment.
I will be back. I just gotta push some water, Bear. 1 minute.
No toilet, no, not on, no!
Oh, shit, my dad. I gotta just take this call. 1 minute. What's wrong with me mentally? 1 minute there. I want to show you.
Can't drink if you're driving today.
No, I need a pep. I need some pep. Ooh, 1 minute.
Hi.
1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Cruise control engaged.
It's fine.
I'm gonna go and weigh myself. I'll just be 1 minute. 2 minutes, guys. 1 minute. 1 minute. Counting down. Can I? I'm just gonna take 1 minute break. Yeah. I need to get a headache tablet. I'll be back in 1 minute. I got a headache tablet. Super chat. Yeah, that's amazing. Just 1 minute. Hey, I'll be back in 1 minute. Just cover me. You got it. Cover me, guys. I'll be back.
We got this, don't worry.
Hey, I gotta grab something. 1 minute, guys.
You didn't read the super chat.
Super chat. All right. Guess we haven't gotten our fix in watch talk this week, so I figured why not fire up a strem this morning, talk some watches with everybody. I've pinned the link if anybody wants to join me. We can do some ASMR Fiking watch talk this Saturday morning. I do have up on the screen the Unibrow Perpetual calendar, which I've been debating with Higgy all morning about whether it's a legible piece. Now, I said you got to be pretty freaking blind if you can't read this, but the Higster tends to disagree with me on a lot of topics. But it got us talking about the topic of Rolex and Rolex Perpetual calendars. And there is, the question came, Higgins asked me, he's like, do you think Rolex has it in the works that they're going to be making a Perpetual calendar? And I said, probably not. They don't really need to do a Perpetual calendar right now. So, but there was a historical Perpetual calendar. I believe it was a prototype that was made in the past by Frank Mueller. I'll share the screen here, and you guys can kind of have a look-see of this Perpetual calendar. But essentially, what it was a date just that was modified with the Perpetual calendar complication by Frank Mueller. Never released to the public. Rolex has never serially produced a Perpetual calendar, and just a bit of a different look. Now, I think if they were ever going to make a Perpetual calendar, it would probably have some Rolex DNA. As you can see here, either using the date just or an oyster case. I don't think they would use this format, which is a bit traditional in terms of the Perpetual calendar. I think they would probably I told Higgins, I said, look, if they did a day-date style Perpetual calendar where it was just the day of the date and the Perpetual calendar mechanism could just keep those up to date, that would be an amazing draw, I think, for Rolex. I just don't think they have an interest in doing anything like this, but definitely a cool piece for those who haven't seen. This was the modified Frank Mueller Perpetual calendar, really cool. And Rolex used to actually do the moon phases with an actual face on the moon, which was there's a few brands that do it, but very, very unique, a unique look of the moon phase. So I'm a fan of this. Obviously, it'd be cool to have it, but I just, Higgins is thinking they're actually going to produce this, and I don't think that they actually will. Let's just say hi to a few folks in the chat. We got Brent joining us. We got my Canadian brother, J.G. Sweater, in the chat. We've got Tough Love, who says watches are boring as hell. Now, Tough Love is not wrong. Tough Love did say that this is a luxury channel. It's not just a watch channel. So if you do want to hear about Archie complaining about how his Birkins are not worth any money, feel free. We can pivot to any kind of luxury talk you guys want to speak about. The lead says, "This is why nobody likes you." Yes. We got Discount in the house, who's up late in Australia. We got KB Lake saying good morning. He's making that coffee. I gave everybody a few minutes during those clips to get your coffee ready so we can do some watch talk. Smash says, "I think I have a wrist shot of this watch." Well, if you do, Hoff, let me know. I don't know if you're talking about the unibrow, but if you do have a pic of the unibrow, do let us know. Send it over to me. I could pull it up. We've got the Jonathan Quill Higgins III. Sky Dweller would be a perfect platform for a Quantum Perpetual. Yeah, look, I think the Sky Dweller would also be a great option, right? Like, whether the Day-Date or the Sky Dweller, like, the Moser Perpetual is one of the, in my opinion, probably one of the uh, best formats of showing the perpetual calendar, where essentially you're really just looking at the date and it's just keeping the date up to date. Because we had this whole debate around perpetual, like, do you really need to know the month? Do you know, like, if you don't know the fucking month, like, you got to be an idiot. The day of the week definitely, I think, is valuable, and the date. But knowing the month, knowing the leap year, even the moon phase, are people using moon phases? Do people care? Right? Like, it's subjective, I would say. But yeah, I agree. The Sky Dweller would be a good platform. We got Aunt G in the house. Hoff says definitely the Paddock. If you had a wrist shot of the Rolex Perpetual, Hoff, I would be asking you to hop on right now. Material goods from Drew Peacock. Material goods. Yes, material goods. That's what we're all about here on the ArchieLuxury channel. Material goods. For those that haven't seen the Moser Perpetual, I'll pull up their Endeavor. I can pull up their Endeavor line for Perpetual. I can pull up a few different ways that they do the Perpetual calendar. They have the Streamliner. You know, they could pull up the Streamliner Perpetual calendar as well. I'll pull up the Streamliner here for you guys. I know this is a favorite for a lot of folks, but essentially, you're really getting a date, and that date's getting updated. Now, Higgins has this whole diagram. He has this whole not diagram, but like an actual visual of the mechanism or the date wheel of the Perpetual, and he explains it really well on how Moser has actually created this watch. Really, really cool, really minimalist format of looking at it, and I'm a big fan of this. You know, sometimes perpetual calendars can be completely just too much information, TMI, and sometimes you just want something simplistic. So, in my opinion, that would be probably the way to go for it. And hey, we got Watch Nicholas in the show, the real Watch Nicholas, not a fake Watch Nicholas. So I'm going to give Watch Nicholas. I don't know what happened with Wrenchgate here, but Watch Nicholas, welcome back to the Wrench Club. That is the real Watch Nicholas, and he is getting a wrench, and he is all good. Mr. Watch Nicholas, you're good to go, sir. But yeah, guys, perpetual calendars, just different formats of looking at them, and going back to this Rolex one, everyone's asking the question: is Rolex going to, are they ever going to make watches like this again? Are they ever going to make watches like the Padalone or other watches? And I'll pull up the Padalone for you guys. I think this was really, if they had put a format like this of that watch out the public, like especially one here I can find on this is on a Jubilee bracelet. Like, I think this is really, and I've always said this, that if they were looking to do a Cellini line or what have you, like, it should look something like this, something that has Rolex DNA in the watch and is identifiable as a Rolex, because that is, I think, the biggest factor where people probably are just not interested in, if you're a Rolex buyer, you're not going to Rolex to buy a dress watch. You want people to know you got a fucking Rolex, and well, that's the majority of customers, I would say, would probably be buying it for that purpose. And therefore, if the Rolex was trying to sell complications or what have you, they got to have some of their DNA. That's exactly why the Sky Dweller looks the way it does. They brought out an annual calendar complication. They didn't put it in the Cellini line. They didn't put it in a dress watch lineup in the traditional sense on a leather strap. They went with, either steel or gold or, different combinations of it. But in a really simple Rolex DNA type of piece that I think is the reason why the Sky Dweller is popular. But I do believe if the Sky Dweller was sitting in the Cellini lineup, you're not going to have a ton of people flocking to buy an annual calendar dress watch from Rolex, right? Even Patek Philippe doesn't have people flocking to buy annual calendar dress watches from them, let alone from Rolex. We got our first super chat of the day from my good friend America 228-236, which is an amazing fluted bezel platinum day-date with a nice blue dial, which I hope to see at Watch Time America. Please do bring it. $10. Glad I caught the show this week before it goes nuclear like last weekend. Cheers, Dan. Great content. Yeah, man. It got a little out of hand last weekend. We got my man Hoff on Smash on the show. What's happening, Hoff?
What up, Tan? How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Getting excited for Watch Time. America's he's going to be there. I know you're going to be there. There's going to be a lot of boys at the watch and girls at Watch Time New York.
Yes, we got to start kind of dialing in the plans, too, beyond some dinners. I feel like during the daytime, we should figure out a local bar to kind of congregate at as people go in and out of Watch Time, or some that don't want to go to Watch Time and just hang out.
Yeah, I think that's how it's going to be, right? People are probably going to walk the floor for a bit. They're going to get bored, you know what I mean? And then they're going to want to do something else. And yeah, like I'd say for Saturday, people will be there for a couple hours and then they'll fuck off and either eat lunch or go for drinks. But that's the whole thing. I think that's going to be the beauty of it, right? It's just an opportunity for everybody to get together, people that we hang out with day in, day out, every night, basically just talking watches, talking drama, talking shit. Just to get see people in person, whether it's on our side or on the other side, or on any side, really, to just hang out and just have a good time. I'm super excited. I don't know about you, Hoff, but I'm
very excited. And it's going to be cool to see everyone kind of hang out. I think the mood going into this is very positive. Seeing Marcelo time on JJ's channel, going on in the chat and then being welcomed on the panel and getting a little bit of hazing, but eventually getting a lot of props for coming
flying motherfucking fuck.
Yo, what's going on, Jock?
What the shit is going on here, boys?
We're doing some watch talk. We got our
watch talk.
I'm gonna pull up.
By the way,
that's America's watch.
That's
my
the
boy.
America
I love
watch,
him, man. I can't wait to be America. I fucking love that guy.
I will be very disappointed if America doesn't bring this piece. Like, I'm super stoked to see it. It's my favorite.
Hey, Tim.
Rebels are coming in, boys.
Before this totally gets thrown off of Watch Talk, I see you coming quickly.
Shut up,
do you want to send me? Can you send me a chat? Hold on a second, man. Can you send me an email or something to send you those wrist shots of that one unibrow Patek if you want?
Just send it to my send it to WhatsApp.
I can't. What happened is I tried upgrading to that Pro Max 15 yesterday.
Yeah.
And somehow during the process, my iTunes or my Apple ID got locked. So I literally have a Pro Max 15 with the functionality of a 90s flip phone right now. I have to wait 24 hours for this to actually reset.
Yeah, no worries. I sent you my email. I sent you on WhatsApp. We got Shot as well. Welcome, Angelic. Welcome, Shot. How you guys doing? Boys, we've got a spectacular platinum day.
We have some issues here, by the way. What the fuck?
That's beautiful.
What?
Jock, and apparently Jock's gonna bring a secret unboxing to Watch Time as well. Live unboxing, baby! I can't wait.
And by the way, I will wear my kilt for the steak night if we have good super chats for me to pay for my hotel. I will have the full kilt, the whole regalia. Scotland, baby.
We got the Baba in the house.
Might as well do a fucking Archie. Money for fucking going. Come on.
We got $2 from Golden Baba who says ASMR Watch Talk. Daddy, chill.
Well, that way.
Yeah,
Golden Baba.
Golden Baba. Yeah, I was talking about just earlier. So you were asking what watch this was. This is a triple date.
That's nice, bro.
Yeah, Rolex used to make these in the past. They stopped making it, but the cool thing I was mentioning to everybody on the triple date is if you look at the moon phase, Rolex used to put a little face on the moon phase.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, it's very unique. It's not unique to the brand, but it's something you don't. Yeah, it's very vintage, retro, pretty nice. Jay Gray's asking, does flipping the kilt count as an unboxing?
Yeah. Yeah, the big unboxing. If you fucking make me have my dick out, yeah, it's a massive unboxing.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Look, I'm excited. I'm excited to see the unboxing you have for watch time.
I've got it on my wrist right now. I'm literally been teasing the whole time. My beautiful wife got me a watch. I've wanted for a long time. Yeah, and I'm fucking love it.
So, Shot, it's got an oyster bracelet. It's got a ceramic bezel. It's not and it's discontinued. So it's not the black GMTs. Confirm that. Shot, what do you think? What do you think Mental Jock's gonna drop on the punters at Watch Time New York?
That's a good question. I really, I've kind of mulled it over, but I'm not really sure.
Bro, it's so fucking sexy as well. I'm fucking sat here like, bro, I've got a good fucking woman there. Fuck me, Dad.
You are a lucky man, that's for sure.
I am, mate. Especially after the whole circumstance, you still got it. You know what? Ain't gonna fucking go nowhere. Fuck yes. Oh my God.
So Jock, are you? Tell me about your plans at Watch Time. Do you plan to go to every booth at Watch Time? Or
mate, I have no idea. Look, come on, Tan. You literally booked me a flight. I don't fucking even know what I'm going to do.
Well, let's go through the brands. No Jock, let's go through the brands. What are you excited about? Armstrong? I don't think so. No. Arnold and Sons? No. Bell and Ross? No. Blancpain?
Bell and Ross.
Bell and Ross?
Blancpain? Okay. Yeah. No, that's cool. Yeah, I'll see them.
Is Bell and Ross Scottish?
I don't know, to be honest. I know, look at Bell and Ross. Are they Scottish? No, they're not a Scottish brand, are they?
Are they Scottish last names? Are they Scottish last names?
What do you mean? Fucking Bell and Ross? Ross. I mean, there's a lot of Scottish names. Ross,
yeah.
Could be English or Scottish.
We got Beauvais. You interested in Beauvais at all?
No.
Breguet? Nah. Brumont for sure, right. Man. You're for King and Country, right? Brumont. King and Country.
Why am I for King and Country? Why?
What do you mean? Why?
It's a fall for my country. Doesn't mean I give a fuck about the fucking Queen.
You're a loyal servant of King Charles III.
I'm a loyal servant of my friends that I fought for. Yes, but yeah, okay. Braymont's, no, Braymont's all right. Braymont's all right. Yeah.
Look, Jock, Rolex is going to be there through Brew Career. Rolex will be there. Chopard, meh. Cyrus. Yeah. Look, I'd be interested to see Chopik. Chopik will be pretty cool.
Yeah, Chopik, actually, yes. MB&F. I want to see MB&F, to be honest.
MB&F is going to be there. You got Grubo Force there. Glashuta, Original, Moser.
What else you can do? It's Piaget. I want to see Piaget.
Yeah, Piaget is there.
StockX, that is a good size.
Oh, for God's sake.
What the fuck is this? What the hell is going on?
You still got this shit going.
You're live on the ArchieLuxury channel.
The only ones that black with the fucking gray, silverish tongue at the top.
Yeah,
I just spilled my beer. Fuck!
I'm going to show you a picture.
At least turn the camera on, man. Jesus Christ.
You know how to
spill that beer.
Come on, that's your thing.
So can I just say something? This analysis.
Here we fucking go. Oh my God.
You're recycling the same old shit. You're a regurgitator in a recycler.
What, calling the kettle black, are you?
Well, that's why I need you, Narc.
I tend. I've got.
Over on this shit.
What the fuck?
No, tell those fuckers to come over here.
You're like an abused wife.
Yeah, 4D.
What the fuck? Oh my God.
I've been slapping and abused you and you take me back.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I spilled my beer. I'm not happy. Wait, what the fuck is going on, man?
FWD's running shoes.
Jesus Christ.
FWDs. He's buying a Ford 150.
That's different.
They are different. Okay, so they are different.
Angelica, are you even streaming? What's happening here?
I'm not doing nothing. It wasn't me.
No.
It's not me.
He's playing something in the background. I don't know.
He's playing his fucking stream with them two fucking kicking off.
That's fine. Tell them to fucking come here, man. If they're gonna do
exactly. I don't know. I came here to relieve myself from the fucking drama.
Yeah, man. All right, man. Let's get back to. Nope, that's not what I want to do.
What the fuck?
No.
Shot here. Good shots here.
Yeah,
there we go. Yeah.
Shot.
I
What
would
the
like to see
fuck?
glasses.
I am so fucking tired of this now.
Oh, you're definitely going to see Zeitwinkle. That's for
But
sure.
I don't like the fact that Narc was having to go to shot. I'm never going to have him having to go to shot. To be honest, I will defend shot to the hill all the way.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Of course I will. Fucking, he's trying to fucking have a go at you. I was like, no. There's no fucking way. Stop. There's no. Don't need fucking start having to go to shot. That's wrong, man.
No, that's the way they got me to get upset.
Narc is. That's way Narc.
Him and diatribe.
Bruh, Narc tried to have a go at you. I was like, nah, man, no fucking way. Well, the Reaper's here. Reaper, jump into the panel,
Reaper.
bro.
Yeah, I pinned the link so anybody can hop on. I'm pulling up some nice dials by our friend Benjamin Chi.
That's pretty. It's a pretty dial.
He does.
That is nice.
He does some beautiful dials.
Oh wow!
The Japanese. That looked like the one before was cherry blossoms. So is it a bit of a Japanese theme on the dial or what?
So he lives in Singapore, so it's not. I don't think it's necessarily.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so it says he says it's really for Chinese culture. I guess this one is, but I'm not sure. Really, really cool. I mean, obviously Jonathan knows a lot more. He knows Benjamin Chi very well, but
Ooh, that's nice. Is that hand painted, hand drawn?
yeah, this is what because Ben Chi did the cloisonné dial for Higgins's World Timer, and but he does all different types of pieces. Yeah, just beautiful design.
Oh, I like the leather strap or the whatever it is with the green with the face a little bit. Oh, it's nice, bro. It's a nice watch.
Yeah. And here we go. Got decent
Damn, that's nice.
internal angles. Higgins will say this is black polishing. I don't know. I don't really trust Higgins on anything being black polished, but
Wait, what the fuck? I'll get two of you. No, wait.
yeah, I think you're hopping on another.
So how you doing, Tan? You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Just thought I'd talk some watches today. We didn't really go through any watch talk at all, so no real
That's cool.
topic. Just figured we'd shoot the shit, talk about watch time, talk about watch talk. It's gonna be a great. We finally convinced Archie to come down to watch time, which was a very difficult task for my man Hoff to go and get done, but definitely excited. You've met Archie though, right? You met him on the last tour, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dallas.
Yeah, Higgins. I don't know if that's true black polishing, but if you'd like to hop on and tell me it's not, you can feel free to join us and talk about black polishing. But yeah, look, I think that him coming to one city is bringing a lot. Like I think Patrick was talking. We got like 50 people coming, and people are just coming to see him. They're coming to see Archie. Obviously, go to the show. We've seen some of the brands on the show. Not necessarily the best brands that Archie likes, but definitely interesting brands that a lot of us are interested in. So we got Roland Travel Channel 40 Tybot thoughts on stickers on watches. So I think he means the protection stickers that plastic puts on his watches. Look, Roland, I just dropped a 45-year-old watch for service. I showed it on this show earlier. I bought a Seiko 6306 Turtle. That's it's a vintage turtle. It's the first edition of the turtle. I'll pull up a photo for you guys to see what I'm talking about. And look, it's got all kinds of dings and scratches and what you would expect, shot from a watch that's 45 years old, right? Like, this is what you're expecting from those pieces. And so I'll just share my screen of what. Like you can see, like this.
It's not a watch. I picked up a 45-year-old revolver.
Yeah, and it's not going to look brand new.
Either.
It's not going to look brand new, right? Like you buy any kind of vintage, So, and so to answer Roland's question, right? This watch was very well, used, and it's got dings, it's got scratches, and the watch was having some timing issues, and I kind of. I thought about it and I'm like, well, do I spend a couple $100 servicing a watch that's probably not worth a heck of a lot of money? But I kind of said to myself, I said, look, somebody used this watch and they enjoyed it for, a number of years. It's been around for 40. It's older than I am. And I was like, you know what? that's for me. That's the cool factor. It's the fact that you can see its life from the scars, you could say, on the watch. And would I really want a watch that's 45 years old that looks brand spanking new? And I
No.
think that's what I thought about it in my mind today. I was like, if this watch looked brand new, it would probably take away the appeal of a vintage watch. So watch collecting shot, I would say, in the past, let's call it 3 to 4 years, has been all about, you got to keep it in mint condition, because most people are, or a lot of people, I wouldn't say most people, but a lot of people are flipping them to make money. But
Mhm.
prior to that, like, prior to, the more recent times, fuck, you'd sell Submariners and GMTs in original
Well
unpolished condition with scratches. Nobody cared. Everyone was actually like, they were totally fine with it. If anything,
Yeah,
it brought
and
some legitimacy to the piece that it wasn't a fake. Someone was wearing it for that long, right? Like,
I use this as an example. Whenever I was a kid, I watched this guy who was a World War II veteran,
Mhm.
and he had I believe it was a Datejust, a gold Datejust. That'll give you an idea how old the watch was. And he didn't care. The watch was beat to crap. Still looked good, but it was well used.
Mhm.
And he would take stuff and load it in his car. He'd do, whatever, load it in the truck. Whatever he was doing, he did it in the watch. He did not worry about babying that watch at all. He bought it to wear.
Yeah, absolutely. Brent's saying it too here, Shot. He's saying, what he considers not real watch enthusiasts, just worried about reselling. But that watch that you're describing, right? Somebody put that on the wrist, and they enjoyed it.
I
There's
mean,
nothing
granted,
wrong with it.
okay,
There's nothing wrong with it.
that was give you an idea. That was about 1982, 83.
Okay.
So, I mean, gold watches were definitely the thing of the period, coming out of the 70s and early 80s.
Yeah, we
So
were Higgins and I were talking about that this morning, where he said when he was selling watches that everybody was looking for, when they think of Rolex, two-tone Datejusts were,
Mhm.
and it's probably the 80s, right? Were all the craze. He couldn't sell a GMT for the life of them, right? People didn't want
No.
GMTs.
Mm-mm.
People were not that hot on subs, like, and it's interesting because I kind of thought about it and I said, well, all these pieces that we're wearing today, if you think about it, right? Like, people, guys in their 50s, 60s, 40s, whatever, that are fathers or grandfathers, are wearing these Submariners and GMTs. Their children are looking at them saying, that's my dad's watch, that's my grandpa's watch, right? Like, nothing is going to stay static forever. Tastes
No.
change. At one point in time, Panerai was all the craze. Nobody buys a Panerai anymore, but everybody wanted Panerais in the 90s. Everything's going to change. I think if you're buying to invest today, if it's short term, sure, that's fine. If it's a long term play, taste will change. Those pieces you have may not be popular down the line. Look, the Nautilus wasn't a very popular model for a long period of time. Neither was the Aquanaut. When I bought my Nautilus, people were like, they would call the Aquanaut the poor man's Nautilus. You don't hear that anymore.
No.
And just stuff changes over time, right? So I always recommend buy what you like, what sings to you, because whether you're making money, whether you're not making money, you're still going to love that watch. You're still going to enjoy it. Buy for your own enjoyment, right? And I buy everything from high end Patek Philippe to low end, Seikos, and I enjoy them all the same, right? I'm servicing a watch that literally probably is going to cost me half the price of the watch in a service, because in my opinion, Shot, for me, this watch has lived a 45-year life. I want to be part of that extension of it, and we always kind of talk about it as, the whole Patek Philippe slogan of, you never really own one. Well, a lot of us are caretakers of these pieces if we're true watch enthusiasts, right? So I don't know if that's how
Mhm.
you see watches, Shot,
Yeah.
yourself. I know that you have, you've got, obviously, in your avatar, you got a beautiful Explorer 2 Polar.
Mhm.
Your watch collecting, Shot, like, how do you view watch collecting? What drives your real strategy in watch collecting?
Well, my strategy is I only buy that I like. I saw Hulk. Even though, hey, I knew what it was. I don't like the green on green. There's not enough contrast there for me. But that's just personal. The greens were different. But also, I wanted to buy a Submariner, but I didn't like the super case. It looked too square on my wrist. It looked too big. So I didn't buy that. But I did buy the Explorer 2. Granted, it took me 7 months to get it. But, that's just the way life is these days. You really can't get anything without a significant wait.
Yeah, look, that's just unfortunately kind of how it is today,
Yeah,
right? Whether that's
exactly.
whether that's whether that's COVID. Look, everything's up. COVID has driven everything up. Car prices, housing, like everything is up, right? Like if you think this is unique to watches and
No,
just
I
hit
know
the
it's not.
jackpot, like it's just not. That's not reality.
I mean, I just bought a new car, so.
Watch Nicholas says, only watch I ever traded was a Panerai. Hated it more than my Jacob & Co. shitters or Bell & Ross. So I brought up my Panerai, which is a PAM 112, the ETA version. I'm a big fan of ETA PAMs shot. I've had a few of them. I've had the 005, I've had the 1111, and now I have the 112. And look, very cheap to service. My watchmaker services it usually within a week and a half. Very easy to get parts. Look, it's just a usable, cool piece to me. And Panerais, love it or hate it, right? Like, some people, when they put it on the wrist, they absolutely fall in love. And I always ask people, like, just try it on. I hated the reverso shot. I really hated the reverso in pictures. But one day I was in Vegas and I said, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just try it on, and just fell in love with it when I put it on the wrist. Did you ever have that kind of an experience shot in any of the watches you've bought in the past?
Yeah. The only one that really just struck me was the Explorer 2. And that's because I have the previous iteration than the one now. It's got the gloss hands, and that just pops on the dial. That's one thing that I really like about it. But I've got a watch that is very divisive in the watch world, but it got me into the automatics, which is it's got a 2824 in it, and it's you've seen it. My Steinhardt. Oh God, here we go again with that shit.
Words were just because he sounds gay doesn't mean he is gay, Narc.
All right, Angel, you're gonna go on mute. Yeah, so you were talking about the Explorer 2. Look, the Explorer 2 to me was always, I've owned a black dial, 16570 or 750, 16570, which is the previous version to the ceramic, or not ceramic, but the updated version, the 42 mil. I had the 40 mil, and I never had a polar in the 16570. I had a black dial. I had a polar in the updated version, the 42 mil, which I think is a very stunning watch. It's interestingly enough, it's one of the only Rolexes I ever got a compliment on was my polar. I don't know if you ever get that experience, but some people seem to like that watch. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got this, and I've got the 36 Explorer.
What the hell's
I
Jonathan saying?
I use that as a dress watch.
Jonathan saying, FP Journe makes interesting complications with okay finishing. I don't like the way they look. I don't like the reasons why most people buy them. And I think FP Journe is a jerk. Well, I don't think Jonathan's ever met FP Journe. But if he has, maybe he can correct me if I'm wrong. Look, yeah, obviously very interesting complications. Finishing, I agree, is good. It's not bad. It's I'd say of the caliber of what you're expecting from that brand. Yeah, I like FP Journe. I don't have any qualms with FP Journe. I tried on.
I'll use an example here. A lot of people didn't like Henry Ford either, but he got people on wheels.
Exactly. Right. Like, look, I think it's just when it comes to FP Journe, people are assuming that it's look, every watchmaker kind of does things differently and has a different style of finishing and a different look of their pieces and whatnot, right? Obviously, a Roger Smith looks very different than a Voutilainen, which looks very different than a Philippe Dufour. Some folks, put FP Journe akin to those very, very, handmade, very small production brands. And I would say it's closer. And Jonathan, I don't know if you want to correct me if I'm wrong. I would say it's closer to being what you would expect from a Patek, Vacheron, Lange than it is to what you would expect from a Philippe Dufour in terms of finishing. Complications, technically, yeah, they make some very interesting complications, very technically advanced pieces, very cool in that sense, if that's what you care about. But Shaw, here's the thing: most most of us aren't chasing like fusée and chain complication or just a chronometre à resonance type stuff, right? Deadbeat
Oh
seconds.
yeah.
Most people here aren't chasing that shit. They're chasing like, they're chasing the chronometre bleu, your entry level.
I mean, you were talking about a watch that just gave me the awes. Is the and Toyota Mo has it. He has one. The blue dial.
PC.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me pull that up for you here. The blue
Yeah.
dial VC. Because
Yeah.
I agree that the so that would be VC 4500 blue dial.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
That
just
one.
one of the most stunning.
Yeah.
Probably one of the most stunning dials out there.
Yeah, I tried that on last year.
Yeah, and what'd you think? What were your thoughts of this piece?
I thought that is an awesome watch.
I
And then
agree.
I looked at the price and went, oh.
Well, look, those are coming down though. They were in
Oh,
the
yeah.
30s, but like I think that they've come down to probably like the high 20s
Mhm.
right now. So they're
Yeah.
getting there. Look, I
Oh,
think
I
that
know.
they will. I think they'll come down to reality, and folks
I
will be
mean,
able to.
at that time they were like 32, 34.
Hmm.
Yeah.
At what price point are you a buyer in those pieces? Like, what do you think?
I really don't know, Tan.
You don't know?
But that was one that just kind of got me. Could get lost in the dial for days. I know that may sound silly, but that blue in certain light just pops.
1,000%. It's one of the. It is, in my opinion, probably the only VC that I've ever really been interested in from an overseas perspective.
Mhm.
Not a big fan of the Gen 1 or the Gen 2. Their black dial, white dials are okay. But yeah, when you have a stunning blue dial like this, like
Yeah.
that's like, literally that's the part that's attracting everybody is not
Yeah.
only that it's blue, but the how nice the hue of blue is on this piece. That
Yep.
and look, a lot of people have this watch. Like, I think Toyota Mo has this watch, and I believe Captain has this watch, and Bear Clooney has this watch, and I think
JJ had
JJ
this watch.
had this watch, yes.
Mhm.
So very, very popular, and a lot of people that I see that have this watch just absolutely love it.
Mhm.
Bear's not a high horology guy, but this is a piece he just says is stunning. So, definitely
But
shot. Sorry, if you can get this at a reasonable
yeah.
price, if it ever comes down to a
Mhm.
reasonable price, it would definitely be a good buy.
No, I think it's at a reasonable price right now. I've just kind of spent my money for the year. You know how
Yeah,
that goes.
yeah, of course. And look, there's always next year.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you a story of how much of a dumbass I was. I was given the opportunity to actually buy an FP Journe Chronomètre Bleu. This was in
Nice.
2017, I think. And so this is the Chronomètre Bleu, which apparently the dial makers for VC for the overseas that you're talking about apparently also make the dial for the FP Journe Chronomètre. But that's the rumor. I don't know if that's true or not. But yeah, anyway, so I had I don't know.
Those upside down digits just get me.
Yeah, I
Oh.
I was offered this piece in 2017 at retail. It was about a year wait, and I actually at the time just didn't want to wait. I was like, fuck it, I'll either buy it on the
Mhm.
secondary or whatever. I don't want to wait a year. Well, obviously, I'm kicking myself in the ass now for not taking it because definitely a piece I did want to buy at that time. I'm not sure if I really want this right now. If that's something that I'd be super interesting. I mean, these are like I think secondary are probably like 70 grand or something. Like, they're very expensive on the
Mhm.
secondary, and tantalum case. You got your Chronomètre Souverain movement. It's just it's just a simple watch with the seconds, right second sub dial. Like, it's nothing crazy, but but people, this is the FP Journe everybody wants, right? This is one of them, at least. The other one I could say is probably, I mean, you got the Havana, which I've tried on. I tried on the Resonance, actually. I tried on a 38 millimeter Resonance, and I'll show you. I'll show you just for my man JJ. I'll show us a rose on rose, because I think JJ got a bit of flack for buying rose on rose. But yeah, just different versions of the Chronomet Resonance. But yeah, look, this is where FP Journe really shines. Is kind of like what Higgins says is the complication, right? Like if I look at the finishing here, and I'll kind of we'll be a little elitist here, right? Like you're not seeing any internal angles, right? There's no internal angle here. There's no internal angle here. Like this is of the level of finishing you would probably see on a Patek Philippe, on a Vacheron, on a some Langes. Some Langes have a little bit a deeper anglage than what's normal. Now that doesn't mean that there isn't hand finishing. That doesn't mean that the watch wasn't originally machine finished and then finally hand finished at the end. So the finishing is good. It's not Philippe Dufour level, right? Like I'll pull up a Philippe Dufour and I'll kind of show the difference. I might as well pull up the simplicity to make it simple.
And, again, I'm a mechanical guy. I like these kind of things. That's why I like cars, firearms, watches. I'm just in the mechanics of things.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's see if I can pull up a better picture than this. I'm just blowing it up from Google. I'm pulling Archie here for us. Let's see if I can pull up a nice picture. I'll just go directly to the website. But if you see here, this is the movement of the Philippe Dufour Simplicity. Obviously, inward angle. These sharp, angles where it meets the beveling meets at a certain point. Like you can see how deep the anglage is, how deep that beveling is on the bridges. Like that is true hand. That is true hand finishing. So it's those little details, right, that are important that show the difference. Yeah, that show the difference between and look, that's just the finishing side of it, right? Like you may not be into the finishing. You may be more of a movement guy. There's not as many watch collectors that I've seen around that are big movement guys that care about the mechanics of the movement. But hey, that could be something you love and why you watches.
Right? I mean, I watch these guys that take the movements apart, clean them, and do all this, and then put them back together again. And I just enjoy watching that. I could spend hours and hours and hours just watching people take those things apart and put them back together.
I agree. Like look, there's some people that like just love the mechanics of it, right? Like I can appreciate it. Is it driving me to buy a watch? Probably not. FP Jean says, fortunately, he or she is most interested in the Chronomet Souverain, which is apparently more attainable. It is more obtainable. Still trading very high on the secondary market. Be very cautious if you're looking at secondary prices and stuff. That I know a lot of collectors that have bought these on the secondary, and when they try to sell them, they get offered really, really low offers from dealers. That makes sense, right? Like, an FP Journe buyer is a very small pool of customers, and for a let's say $60,000 they got to put up, right? How many Submariners could they buy for 60 grand that they could flip?
Oh, yeah.
5-6 Submariners that they could buy and flip, for example, call it 5 Submariners maybe, that they could buy and flip, that they'd be making more profit than a $60,000 Chronomet Souverain, and therefore they're going to offer you a heck of a lot less money. It's got to be worth their while to hold on to something that in the same period it could take them potentially a couple of weeks, that they could flip how many subs. So that is why that happens, unfortunately. But if you trade it privately and you have a connection or a pool of collectors that you're in the know with, it should not be very difficult to get rid of a good example of a Chronomet Souverain.
We all come at it from a different perspective.
Yeah, and look, like whether you're into Rolex, whether you're into look, earlier I had America's Rolex up on here on screen. I'm a huge fan of the Day-Date. It's one of my favorite watches. I've never actually owned a Day. Sean, have you ever owned a Day-Date before? In your life?
No,
No.
no. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I'm the same. I never know why. Like, I'm really such a huge fan of the watch, but it never really. I've always had other priorities, I guess, in watch collecting, and with now me buying the Perpetual calendar Patek, I don't really have any aspirations to go higher. I don't need a minute repeater. I don't need a Retropont chronograph. I don't need a perpetual chronograph, a manual. Do I really want a perpetual calendar with a manual wind? Probably not. Um, I like to use my pieces. I like to use my complications, and I think that the date, just simple date, it just works. There's nothing pretentious about it. There's
No.
nothing just I would say just there's nothing really just it's not doing more than what it says it is, and that's just the date, right? It's simple in that sense, but just classic.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it's one of the most classic pieces out there.
It really is. I'm not a guy that likes the Romans. There's another dial that I actually like a little better than that.
Yeah, look, I would say in the date category. I mean, if we pull up dates, let's see if we can pull up a few more, and just see. I mean, obviously we've got Romans again. I think JJ has Romans on his.
Right.
Romans on here with a green.
Mhm.
You've got Romans with diamonds. You've got just diamond dial.
Yeah.
So many different variations.
No,
You're not a fan of the Romans.
No, there was a one with stick markers, and it was the dial was textured in a way. I don't know how to describe that, but
So here's one with a stick dial.
Mhm.
It's white gold stick dial, and yeah, look,
it was a platinum.
platinum.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if I can do the configure. Oh, I don't. Here I can configure here. Let's do the configuration. Let's go shop and shop. We're gonna go man size on a 40 mil. Let's start that. You said you wanted to do platinum. Let's go platinum. Let's go full America on this one. Bezel. So the bezel. Are we gonna do fluted?
Yeah, let's
diamond
fluted.
set.
I like the fluted. Yeah.
All right, fluted bezel. And now the dial, ice blue, and you wanted the ice blue with the sticks.
Yep.
This is ice blue with the sticks.
Let's see. Did they have the other one?
This is on request. If you want to do platinum with the green dial, here's another stick dial. This is platinum with a white stick dial, black stick dial. You got ice blue with diamond set indices, or you got meteorite as well. You got a meteorite.
It was a bluish dial, and it had some kind of pattern on it. I don't remember.
Yeah, so this one's blue with the this is blue with the diamond indices. I don't see any other blue. There's blue with stick. Maybe let's go with this one. Blue with stick.
Yeah. That would be my speed right there.
Oh yeah. Look at this. Just beautiful.
Or that darker blue that you saw that had the stick markers, I think.
Yeah.
Between those two.
I would agree. I think you've got it spot on, my friend. Spot on.
That's my speed now.
Yeah, and look, it's everyone's got different tastes and different interests. Let's go 36. Let's do platinum on the 36. I think this is where we'll see the smooth bezel. So let's go platinum. Let's go to the bezel and let's go. Oh no, fluted or diamond set.
Oh, I like the fluted myself.
Yeah, let's go fluted here on 36. And ice blue 36 fluted. So this is with Romans. Silver dial, white dial with Romans. This is an interesting one. Look at this blue. Let's scroll this up here. It's like a doing price on request. It's not bad. I don't mind this.
No, that's pretty nice.
I'm not much of a diamond guy myself. Like I don't even like the Pateks with diamonds. To be honest with you, I stick to more classic design. But if I were to get diamonds, that might be the one for me. Shot. That might be the one for me.
Yeah. And if you're gonna get the standout piece of the year, yeah.
Let's go through some of the chat here. We got Patrick Philippe in the chat. who says, I've had 30 brands that I've lost money on. Resell isn't the only motivation. Yeah, look, like if that's the only reason you're enjoying this hobby, nothing wrong with it. You know, if you want to enjoy for investment purposes, you know, more power to you. Nobody, in my opinion, you can't tell anybody how to spend their money. But, you know, I go with the mentality of, hey, I got to be willing to lose money. I got to be willing. There's a certain level of enjoyment I'm getting out of it. And whatever loss of money I'm taking, it's well worth the enjoyment that I'm getting from the watch. Could a Day-Date be your only Rolex from Archie? Shot, what do you think? Could a Day-Date be your only Rolex?
I don't think it could. I'm too physical. I would destroy it.
Yeah, I would say it depends on your lifestyle, right? But look,
Right.
like it's he says it could be your only Rolex, maybe not your only watch, but let's say it's your
Right.
only Rolex.
Yeah, it
'cause
could.
yeah, you could buy a Seiko, you could buy anything to be a beater realistically as you're doing any
Yeah.
you know work in the garage or anything else, right? So yeah, I think it absolutely could. It could definitely be mine, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
What else we got in the chat? We got Mercedes Benz who says, "What's a breathy laugh?" All right. We got Patrick B in the chat. Definitely a wheezy laugh. Maybe that's my laugh they're talking about. I'm not sure. Scroll up, Brent. Maybe you meant to type Petal. Yeah, Patrick's I think trolling. He's moved off his 80 never calling account. He's back to Patrick Philippe. Patrick doesn't drink, so I'm gonna have to buy him a milkshake in Watch Time, New York, to pay rupee reparations for stealing his name allegedly. He can never use Patrick Philippe anymore because he just constantly like I don't know. I troll somebody on a channel and then people get mad at him for it because they're like, "It wasn't me. I didn't do that." So yeah, we love Patrick. I'm excited to see Patrick actually in New York. He's you know, and to be totally honest with you guys, I'll be very transparent. This was actually all Patrick's idea from the beginning. He was very excited to go to watch. I mean, this was months ago. This was, you know, at the time when Watch Nicholas was, you know, streaming, you know, pretty consistently. He's back now, I know. But, you know, this was at that time, months ago. And Patrick was the one kind of driving everybody, hey, guys, we should do Watch Time. And I, you know, obviously, you know, helped out in terms of like connecting with a few people. But, you know, definitely a lot of these, you know, the ideas of this strip was definitely from Patrick. So we do want to thank Patrick for that. Yeah, so look, for me, I think Rolex, the Day-Date could definitely be my only Rolex. Look, I've had, and I don't know, Shot, like I know that you've had some sports models and stuff like that. Do you get tired of sports models? Do you love sports models? Like, you know, when you're thinking Rolex, like, is it boring you these days? Like, what's kind of going on in your mind?
No, I do like them. And I do try them on from time to time.
You know, this is one that I've have a love-hate relationship. I never tried the 40 on, obviously, but I've had the 39. I had the Mark II version of the 39. Got a generous super chat from Archie, $20. Thank you so much for the ASMR. Thank you so much, Archie, for that. You know, we'll play a clip for you to get the party started. Let's go with everybody's favorite track, the Watch Time New York track. Let's get this show started. All right, Archie, that was for you. In the meantime, I did pull up another brand shot. This is Simon Brett, and relatively new. I would say relatively new company to the independent space. And Thomas Burnett actually was at a show and was. Hey, Patrick, how's it going?
Hey, coincidentally, I'm only calling in for a question, a watch question.
Go for it.
I have a friend who has a 1999 Pepsi, and it's beautifully faded bezel. Well, he just called me and told me he got water, and I told him take it to the Dallas Service Center.
Yep.
And I said, absolutely do not let them change or remove your faded bezel insert. Should he pop? And I said, but some guys, should he pop the whole bezel off and take it in without the bezel, or should he just tell them that?
I mean,
or will they? Will they?
Well, is he taking it to RSC? I mean,
yeah. RSC.
He could easily buy a bezel, because when I had my, so if it's a 99, that's a 16710, and I ordered all 3 bezels when I had mine. So I don't see why he couldn't just pop it out. You know, have him go to a watchmaker, pop it out, take it to RSC, and say I want to buy a new bezel. Because yeah, they can easily. I mean, my AD sold me 3 of them, so I don't see why he couldn't. And yeah, you just keep your faded bezel, because yeah, you're right. Like, they could keep the other bezel for sure. And
from what I hear, they always they make it like brand new, and there's nothing, and then they keep the parts. So
other option is just have him order a new bezel, right? Just have him go to his AD and just say, I'd like to buy a new Pepsi bezel, I'd like to buy a new bezel, and they'll order.
Problem is, I don't think he has that kind of time, because he's got water in it, right? It's got to get in there quickly.
Yeah, then flip. Yeah, then flip. Yeah, I'd agree. Take the insert out and then just send it to them. They'll fix it, because look, Rolex will fix all Rolexes. Even if you show up with a Rolex with aftermarket parts, they'll fix it. They'll just.
What if he pops the whole bezel off and takes in like Apocalypse Now?
Because they may charge him for a bezel at that point, right, as opposed to his insert. So like Rolex will definitely charge him to bring it back to what they consider factory standard. So if you pop an entire bezel off, he's going to get charged for that. So I would say pop the insert out, pay for the new insert, right? So then you'd have your faded insert as well as the new one, and then just pop your faded one in. That's what I would do.
Okay. Yeah.
So Shot, our friend Patrick is hustling very hard to show up with a stunner for Watch Time New York. I'm very excited to see what Patrick is going to bring. I don't think he anticipated Watch Time to pop off as quickly as it has. We have over 50 people joining to see Archie in New York.
Awesome.
And yeah, and Patrick, I didn't think anticipated it would happen. And then I think he was in the process of just, obviously realigning his collection, and he's kind of stuck right now without a watch. So I think he's hustling to get something really nice. Patrick, we got to bully Bear, though. Bear can't show up with a fucking Tudor. Come on. He can't. This is Bear Clooney watches. Trolled fucking fuckers for 4 years on the channel. Gonna show up with a Tudor to Watch Time? Come on. I don't know if Patrick's on mute or... But yeah, Shot, like... You expect you meet Bear Clooney watches, you expect them to wear a Fiking Rolex, not a Tudor, man. Come on.
Yeah. I imagine he'll wear something nice.
Well, he's been talking about Tudor. He's been talking, I'm going to bring my Tudor, and it's like, come on, Bear. Like, look, you don't want to bring a Tudor. Bring a Submariner, like, something.
Yeah.
A Rolex. You're Bear Clooney. It's like me if I showed up without a Patek Philippe. If I showed up with a Fiking Tudor, people would be like, what are you doing, man? And I have Tudors. I'm wearing a Tudor right now.
Yeah.
Patrick, we got to get Bear to wear a Rolex at Watch Time. Come on, you got to help me out on this one. He listens to you. Patrick's still having audio issues. I do have, while Patrick comes back, I do have the Simon Brett up on the screen. So this is an independent watchmaker. Thomas Burnett was at a show, was able to meet Simon Brett. It's definitely very, very interesting designs, and just a cool, really cool way of looking at. Like, I really do like these watches that this guy makes, and very, very, I think, a low production manufacturer. And look, the thing, independence Shot are all the rage these days. Is all independence. Everybody is all about the independence.
Yeah.
So I figured I'd highlight one of them. Just stunning design on this. Like, it just reeks class, in my opinion, on this watch. Now, here's the thing: Mr. Higgins had a chance to speak to Simon Brett and failed to put himself on the list. He claims he's on the list, but failed to get an allocation. See if Patrick's back or not.
Try again. Can you hear me now?
There you go. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
So what is he worried about? Getting robbed? Is that his thing? Security?
Nah, it's nah. He's just he doesn't. Look, I don't think he wants to fly with a really really expensive watch. That's all I know. But
yeah, but he could wear a basic Submariner or something.
That's what I say.
Where's fucking Hulk?
Patrick, he listens to you. He'll listen if you tell him, hey, can you wear something?
Dude, he does not listen to me. Yeah, I begged him to come the last time and then this time, and I mean, you put it together at the last second. You really, really pushed him over the ledge. I mean, even Archie was really awesome. You guys put the hammer down. It was great.
Yeah, Archie was a tough one, right? Like it was, he's got his own problems. So when he was in, I immediately texted Bear. I'm like, look, you got to come. Like at this point, everybody's there, right? Like if you're not there, it's gonna be shit.
This is your chance, right? Globally, this is your chance. It's never been closer. The question I had is 2 months ago when we were begging Archie, we'd say we'd pay for the whole thing. Two things. He said, number one, I don't want to take the money from you guys. Number two, his son had something going on and he couldn't miss it. Was it a birthday?
I'm not sure. It's his birthday. Archie's birthday's on the Monday, actually.
Oh, that's right. But it's something. He had something going on with his son. Maybe that changed. But that was it. And then once he said that, everybody backed off.
Yeah, we still took a last-ditch attempt, which obviously worked. And look, it was the same with Mental Jock, right? Like I told Mental, I said, hey, man, like I want him to be there. I think, like, look, he's joined the Archieverse. He's done such a great job running the streams. He's really, everyone's calling him the Rookie of the Year. There's a lot of fans of his. And I told him, I said, Jock, so many people want to meet you. Like, fucking take the flight out. Why not?
So a question for you on him, because last night on Watch Nick, he had a poll, or no, that was you asking. You had the question about what would happen. And do you really think he'll go to dinner with those guys?
Look, I don't think he has any beefs with the
friends.
Yeah, he's got a lot of friends on that other side, right? Like, he definitely does. And I absolutely think he should hang out with them. They're his friends, right? Like, if Jock wants to do whatever he wants to do, right, I'm not going to judge the guy, right? Like, he's flying a long way to have some fun. And I would think he probably would, in my opinion.
I don't begrudge him that at all or question it. It's just from the outside looking in, he is so passionate about his hatred towards Tim and OC that I guess I was thinking that would trump his, hanging out with his friends. But again, a lot of his friends, just because they are there, those are guys he likes and gets along with. So it would be good. It's just he's got to. I just thought it was just such a overwhelming type thing. I mean, with his hatred, but it doesn't mean it has to flow through down to the followers.
No, not at all. Look, I think that he said it himself. He's like, if Tim, extends his hand, he'll shake it. If OC extends his hands, he'll shake it. But that'll be it. He'll be cordial. But I do expect Jock to be partying with other people that are his friends, that are also, probably mutual friends with a lot of us. America's one of them. He's a mutual friend of mine. And I've already got time scheduled with America to hang out and and other people, right? Like that's totally fine. And look, I think even Bear said it himself, Patrick. He said everybody's welcome except for two people, right? And those were the rules that Archie laid out that he didn't, whatever. But everybody else is cool. Even Bear said Diego's welcome to hang out with him. Totally fine.
I just hope I see Diego. I want to give him the thumb swipe on the fake Aquanaut.
What'd you say, Shot?
I was just gonna laugh and do the swipe.
Greasy thumb swipe on the fake Aquanaut.
Yeah, FP Jordan says Jock don't like OC much. Yeah, we saw that on the last stream I did where they just fucking went at it, those two, which has always been pretty fun. But yeah, look, I think it's gonna be popping. I think like everyone's gonna have a great time. And there's one guy I'm trying to get here, Mr. Patrick Philippe, and it's this guy.
Yeah. Are we going to have to offer to buy him tickets in another city?
No, look, Toyota Mose is talking about flying in for one day, just to see the crew, because JJ's holding his dinner on the Saturday night, and I think Toyota
Friday,
Mose
Saturday, and he's got to be there for Sunday.
That's right. So hopefully he can come either the Friday or the Saturday, and yeah, I think Toyota Mode being there will just elevate it to another level for us. And look, there's a lot of great guys that we'd love to see there. Duco Ted would be great to see there. Ali Reza would be great to see there. We are going to see the captain. He's going to be there.
Yes.
Hoff, JJ from the crew. Marco Ferrante is going to be there from JJ's crew, which is going to be great to see. And yeah, just but look, I like I like a lot of folks. Like REG would be great if REG came from Canada down. He'd be great to see at the show.
Are you flying in? Obviously, where you coming
Yeah,
from?
so I'm flying. I'm actually landing an hour or two, and maybe an hour and a half after Bear at the same airport. So Bear's going to probably just wait for me because we're staying at the same hotel, and then we'll just take an Uber into Midtown from Newark, and then we'll meet up with you guys. Like I don't know, how early are you getting there on Friday?
I land at 10:50 in the morning on Friday.
Ooh, in the morning, nice. Well, your hotel may not be ready at that point, eh? Like they're gonna.
That's the sucky part. Dirk lands at 7 a.m. That sucks.
Yeah. Well, hey, at least Dirk's going to be there, and you can then hang out with him while you just drop your bags off or something like that. I think that'll.
I'm trying to get Ron the Shrink to come.
He was 50-50 last time I spoke to him. Now
we're running out of time on him because of the travel.
I love how you're playing the Blondie angle, and Ron is just like the whole Big Ron thing. Big Ron just went to Big Ron, so
he went from O-Ron to Big Ron to Dr. Ron last night.
We got Golden Bob at $2. Tomato Mo, yes, Tomato Mo. We love Tomato Mo. Yeah, I think that's going to be. I think Mo may have a really good show. I talked to Mike the Snake, by the way, and for him, it's just he's got his mother and stuff like that. For him to do a few days away, especially on the East Coast, is going to be tough for him.
Hey!
But he was interested. He'd heard This was prior to Archie coming. Even Mike was interested. We got somebody joining us. Let me just send this person a message. Check person in the background. Check your WhatsApp to confirm that that's you. Okay, cool. It is them. Hey, buddy.
Hey, watch people. Sorry, man. I logged in a different account. What's up, Shot, Patrick, Tam, ASMR Watchdog? What's up, Patrick?
Hey, man.
Nick, give us the rundown. What's going to be exciting? Talk to me about the whole dynamic. Yeah,
the whole dynamic.
Yeah, I think
the whole dynamic.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think the main thing that's exciting is who's going to win the battle of the dinners, basically. It's going to be a dinner off, don't you think? Because I think Timmy and OC, they're going to be trying to snipe diners, basically. It's the only move, right? Got to do this thing. So I think Archie takes it over pretty easily.
Well, Nick,
I don't know.
From a numbers perspective, I think Archie's camp, right? This is actually the dinners are. Archie's not running a dinner. It's actually JJ who's running a dinner. Let's be honest.
Sorry. Yeah, that's important.
But like the dinner that JJ is running that incorporates both, basically the entire alliance. It's called the Alliance, right? The Alliance, obviously there's I know there's Watch Nick punters that are coming. There's JJ punters that are coming. There's Archie. Let's call it the Alliance dinner. The Alliance dinner is probably double or triple the size from the dinner size that I've heard on the other camp. Now, whether that camp is just limiting their dinner, I'm not sure, but it's
Sorry.
No, it's okay. But look, and Nick, this all started with Patrick's idea like months ago when we were in the the WhatsApp group together, and Patrick was beating the drum of watch time. And
he was beating it hard, and I thought he was crazy, but you know what? It turned out. It seems like it's definitely the right move. I'm like surprised that it has this much steam, like this much legs, to be completely honest, and that. I mean, it's impressive, like you and JJ organizing damn near 50 people from Archie's camp to come to this. And it's a great thing, man. It really is. It's a positive for everybody to get together like that.
Yeah. And look, like Nick, if you were going to watch time, like what would you be excited about there? Would you be excited to see people, the watches, the dinners, the drinks, the partying? What would excite you the most?
There'd be a handful of people I'd be excited to meet. Like, no lie, like, most of these people on these streams I legitimately dislike, okay? I'll be honest with that. But there's a handful of them that I actually do like. And so I would be like, it'd be what's up to meet you, Patrick, Nelson, Bear. There's good people in there for sure. So, yeah, I mean, I think meeting the people. I don't know. I found out that the actual event is like, I think it's like 12 to 2 or 12 to 4. It's like, I assumed it was like all day, like 8 to 5 or something. But I think the actual watch stuff is kind of limited, unfortunately. But
on Saturday?
I don't know. I just heard that, man. I thought Saturday and Sunday it's like, I don't know, it's like 12 to 3 or something. Super chat.
Super chat from JBJB, 12 euros. Thank you, JBJB. 10. I've had a lot of steel sports, but now down to what speaks to me, which is an 18238 Day-Date. That's the one that GMT has. Double quick set. And a 2018 Bluesy for Rolex. I'm content. What else do you need? Honestly, JB, literally, what else do you need? Thanks for the stream, man. Steel for other brands. I agree 1,000%. Like, you got some really heavy hitters there on the Rolex. And yeah, honestly, you don't need anything more than that. But yeah, Nick, like I agree with you. Like it's the
Thanks,
people.
Ken.
Yeah, it's the people are going to be there, and look, I don't envision Patrick sitting in the they're having a lecture on the return of the dress watch, right? Like I can't see Patrick Philippe fucking sitting there listening to some random talk about the return of the fucking dress watch, right?
What's
like,
worse, return of the dress watch or like the revitalization of the Breitling brand? Either one of those.
Man.
It's not going to
if
either.
there was a Breitling one, I would 100% send Patrick there. I'd be like, Patrick, you gotta go. I'd make Archie go just so that Patrick would go.
The main question would be, please tell me the truth. Is this company for sale to private equity, or are we still trying to push it off to one of the big three?
Yeah, it's look. I share the same sentiment about Breitling. There's only a certain amount of Breitlings I like the Navitimer. I think Nick was talking about it yesterday. I like the Navitimer.
I like the Navi. That's basically it. There's a handful of others, like here and there, some new ones, you know, that have kind of come out that are neat. But I mean, it's really only the Navitimer, man. Like I agree with that. It's like if we're all gonna call AP just Royal Oak, I think it's fair to call Breitling just Navi. I don't know. It's harsh, but true.
Sounds familiar, yeah, for sure. And the new Super Oceans are cool, all those colors, but it does feel kind of like
I don't like those at all.
They're leading us a little bit, though. They're
I like the previous gen a lot more. The one that Archie had, you know, that blue one, like the blue Super Ocean, that generation. I like that one so much more than these colors. Like, kind of like the hands or whatever and whatever, but I don't actually like it. Kind of shit, actually, Patrick. I agree with like your Breitling thoughts on that one.
Yeah, they do look like releases for the purpose of more options to get some sales. And hey, the thing is though, it doesn't take much to boost a company. Doesn't need much boost to get popped off. It really doesn't, especially where they were. I mean, I think the last year Swiss watch market share thing put them at 2 or 3%, and they're independent. That can't be. For how long can that be? They're strong. They're a solid brand. They're probably not going anywhere. Great heritage from the brothers, but it's either up or out for them.
I mean, that watch is $5,500, like the 110 showing. I know it's more on the secondary, but like MSRP is $5,500, and then they have some other colors with this top time. They're actually like, I mean, I haven't held it, you know, and they don't have exhibition case packs and all that, but they look nice. I don't know. These actually look good.
Yeah, America. I have a direct flight to Newark. It was a bit more difficult to get like LaGuardia from where I am at. So yeah, that's why I'm going to Newark. Nick, Patrick's nuked his whole collection, and he's got now. We made this whole watch time happen, and he's scrambling to get a watch. Well, what do you think? What do you think, Patrick?
Well, he told me he has a moon swatch, and then he also said that he doesn't count his Omegas. He's like, oh, I still have a bunch of Omegas, but I don't count those. So just strap on an Omega, Patrick, or go buy a fucking Pepsi. But I wouldn't do that. Wear an Apple iPhone or what is it called? iWatch. Wear one of those. Those are like the most offensive things possible. Wear that.
You heard I got it from the mail yesterday. It arrived yesterday. I've had it for 24 hours. I'm already fucking sending it back.
Have you tried it on or worn it or anything? Or you just
yeah. And I was like, I don't get it. I'm trying to.
There's health benefits, Patrick. Actually, honestly, like jokes aside, it might be good for you because of the health stuff. You know.
But you know what I'm going to do? That's exactly why I got it. But I'm going to get a Whoop instead. I'm going to send it back and get a Whoop.
I don't know what that means.
It's great data tracking. It's the best data tracking. It's just for health purposes. Whoop. Okay.
Whoop. So there it is.
I think I'm going to might have to make a purchase. I don't know. I don't want to make a purchase, but I
What's your price point then at the purchase? If you're going to make a purchase, what's your price point? Are you going full on Patrick price point, or are you going like Hunter price point?
No. I'm 100% sure the only two watches, when I get back in, the only two I purchase will be the last two I had, which was the Starbucks and the Pepsi. But if I'm going to
Why
buy
don't you just
one,
get a day-date and be done with it? That's like, honestly,
I'm not a day-date guy. Luckily, I'm not a day-date guy. How great is that?
Lucky you. Yeah.
Patrick,
I've had
I'm
'em.
not sure if you caught Nick's stream, but Nick did get a new watch himself.
No.
You want to hear your take on it? Our good my good friend Nicholas.
I heard he's selling one.
No,
What'd
he
you
just
get?
got a new one. He got a new one. Nick, why don't you tell us? What'd you get?
Most recently, I got a Grand Seiko. I did get a Grand Seiko. I got a
that's
manual
right.
line Grand Seiko. I got a Chez pack a little bit before that, but I didn't really mention it. I got a really good deal on it, so I'm more excited about that. I haven't really
Good
worn
for
it
you.
much.
This one's for you, Nick. JBJB, €2.49. Watch Nick sell your Jacob and Coach. You get Patek Philippe.
Big Meech almost buyed it. Big Meech actually had it sold to, like, he was going to take a cut or something. He had it sold to some chica out near him. And
Dirk is
just
saying
fell apart.
community is doing what Docs Report is doing. You have to be a member to troll. I don't know, Dirk. I guess so. But yeah, is Meech coming? Did you convince Meech? Like, what's happening here?
Yeah, he is.
Holy fuck!
Jesus.
Oh my god, man. Oh
Yeah.
my god,
How
Meech!
great.
You got Meech. You got Jock. You got my god, Bear.
I'm
Like,
feeling-
holy fuck!
I'm a little
I
worried
think he's
about
only
this.
going to be there one day, though. I'm pretty sure he's just going to be. I can't remember if it's Friday or Saturday. He's just going to be there for one day, but he is going to be there, which is awesome, man. So yeah, Meech being there is pretty cool.
Yeah, I love Meech. He's
I almost feel like too many people to handle for me. Like, I wanna
Overwhelming.
be able to
Yeah.
spend some time and talk with everybody. And of course, I don't know what everybody looks like, so you got to associate the person with their appearance. And I am old and have shitty Alzheimer's memory. What's going to happen to me? What do I do? What would I do?
What do I do? What do I do?
I'm at fucking Heathrow fucking airport. What do I do?
Yeah, man, 37 hours on Air Canada in the back row in the middle seat. Dude, the flight was cheap. I was like, I think it was like 1,300 Aussie. I was shocked. I'm like, that's fucking cheap to fly from Australia to New York.
He's going to be in the back with the flight attendants the whole time. I got to walk. My legs. I got to keep my legs moving. You see, understand.
He's pretty tall too, right? He's like over 6 foot.
He's 6'2.5" for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a little rough, man. I have the same issue when I'm flying because I'm kind of tall, so it's like, oh, it's a bitch back there. What are you gonna do though? Good content, right?
Yeah, good content. We got America who's asking, have you guys seen the new JLC Polaris chronographs? America, I don't know if this is the one on the screen. I just pulled it up. Talk me out of it, please. I'm mentally ill. I think the only person who could talk you out of this is Patrick Philippe. Patrick, talk him out of this chronograph here.
I missed the whole thing. What'd you say? Who said that?
America.
Oh man, I can't talk you out of that.
It's a nice watch.
I can't talk you out of it. It's just big money. It's it's just the dollars. It's the dollars to the watch. It's tough, but I can't the watch by itself. It stands on its own. I can't talk you out of it. And I don't like that watchmaker shit either.
Mental Jock with 729 AED says, "What did I say, Nick?" I don't know what he means.
What did I say, Nick? I just asked him to stop. Okay, like not stop. I was just like, yo, if you're gonna say I catfish somebody, get the facts straight. That's all. I messaged him on that. So if he's mad about that, not really sure. But yeah, no issue with mental. Like mental, but
yeah, look, in terms of not about the mental thing, but in terms of this chronograph, look, it's. I mean, obviously, you got to buy this on the secondary. This is going to take a fucking hit real hard from retail. But look, America, if you can get this at a really good price, nothing wrong with this piece. Honestly, there really isn't. I'm not a big chronograph guy, but I like the blue dial. Nice and sporty piece. I like the brand overall. Not a huge fan of JLC, but the reversal is a big piece for me. But I'd say that the Polaris is definitely one that I think would be pretty decent. So pull the trigger.
All I can say is wait a little bit. I'd say wait, and because and us watch guys, we have a tendency to forget real quickly. And you go 30 days after. If you still want this watch after a month of searching for a good price, I would suspect if you look for a good secondary market good price, you either get worn out or fall out of love with it before you have to spend the money.
I think those are still kind of high on the secondary. Like, I don't think they're discounted that much at the moment. I think it's like 25% off or so, unfortunately. Maybe it'll go down more.
When you fight that battle of back and forth between the money, a good deal, and the watch, eventually for me, it just turns out that it's not worth it. And that's how I get off a watch that I really like. is you just tend to part ways.
Yeah, I don't know if he means this one. He said beige. I don't know if he meant this one. But this one's actually pretty fire. I don't know, Nick,
I
if you
haven't
like.
seen that. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
cool. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, I don't know, America, if this is the one you're talking about, but this is actually pretty fire. I like this one. Mental Jocks leaving. Look, I always find it. You ever hear the term "you don't trust somebody who doesn't drink"? I always, for me, when it comes to watch collecting, I don't trust anybody who says JLC is their favorite brand of all time.
Yeah, it's tough.
Like, it's like, well, what do you mean? Like, are you are you seriously into movements? Like, I don't know anybody outside of Don Haynes that is that much into movements that would be like, oh shit, like, JLC is king shit because they did all the movements. Like, I think it's a lot of just people who don't know what
Yeah.
they're talking about and think the
Yeah, that's
finishing of
fair.
JLC is amazing. And it's really, most of like JLCs are machine finished. They're not even that greatly finished.
I think so I'm a fan of that. Like, I would never say, like you just said, like, oh, it's the end all be all, it's number one or anything, but I'm a big value guy. And I think in terms of value, like, I definitely put JLC and Grand Seiko and, Nomos. Like, I don't know, they're decent for what you're paying. You know what I mean? So, but I mean, it's not Paddock or anything like that. And they do have good history, though. You got to respect JLC's history. They've done fun stuff,
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, they sold. I mean, they used to make movements for Paddock. They were going to buy Paddock at one point, but when the Stearns were bidding for Paddock, JLC was also, well, the brand that was JLC at the time was bidding for Paddock as well. This is a jealous comment from Jonathan Quill Higgins. I'll call this out as jealous. America, if you remove the logo, this watch would come virtually from any other watchmaker. In my opinion, it lacks personality, but the movement is light. That's definitely a jealous comment. Where Jonathan
Any other watchmaker, because it's round and it's a watch, it's made out of steel. I mean, yeah,
it's just the Higgy baby not finding anything special about this watch, but I think this is actually really. I think it's just really well
It's
done.
solid. It's kind of 70s vibe. I like the 70s vibe. I like that different color. It's I don't know. I usually see these in like a gray or blue or something. Like, I don't know if this is limited or whatever, but it's nice. They are a little big. I want to say that it's like 42, and then you got the other, like the calendar one's like 43, I think. So they're kind of thick, these Polarises, but they're really nice. I tried some on in Vegas. Similar,
Yeah.
not this exact one, but similar.
Look, I just want a little credit for not saying negative shit about that watch, because I just said, I try to be positive. I didn't say it's shit. I didn't say it's fucking dog shit. I said, because the truth is I don't think that, but I wouldn't buy it because I just don't see the value in the money.
Okay, Patrick,
Right.
you've given us the safe bets of what you may buy, either Cermet, a Pepsi, whether it's the ceramic or the 16710. What else is kind of on the ticket that's a bit not as mainstream, I would say, that you'd be considering to buy and bring to watch time?
Oh, nothing. I can't say there is anything because I'm trying to be out of it.
Yeah, no Snoopies, no, just regular 3861s. No, that's just not really your MO.
Nope, I've had them both.
What do you think Meech is going to wear there, Nick? Is Meech even going to wear a watch? Does Meech even like watches?
I bet he'll wear a Day-Date, man, because he's a fucking pimp. He is, despite how he comes off. He's got some pimp in his veins, so I could see him wearing the Day-Date.
Yeah, Lil Meech would wear a date dress, and he's a rapper. But Big Meech, he's wearing the Day-Date.
Big Meech, man, this is it's exciting, man. And now that I know the Meech is coming, it's even more exciting. Now here's the thing, Nick. Now that we've leaked that Meech may be coming, do you think the other side is gonna slide into them DMs with the Meech?
Oh yeah, they will. That's how it works. That's how the game is played. You know it. But I don't think Meech can be like, so Meech already broke bad, on the Timok camp. I don't think he'll break again. I think he's firmly in the camp, so to speak.
We got a good friend of the channel, Thomas Burnett, in the chat. Thomas, I brought up Simon Pret actually because of I know that you met him at the watch show that you were at in the UK. Thomas Burnett says, I would go for the Oleon HB1 chronograph triple calendar. Saw some today and talked to John McGonigal, who makes them a master watchmaker. Thomas, if you want to hop on, I've dropped the link. If you have any photos, love to hear your experience actually at the show, because I know that you had a chance to meet Simon Pret, whose watches I have up on the screen. But I don't know, Patrick, is this going to really fike you off with a bunch of fuckers wearing these really obscure dress watches to watch time?
Not at all. I love it for them. Hey, listen, I always say it. I'm happiest guy in the world when I don't like a watch, because And if I can take all watches, I'm just not evolved. I mean, I'm only into this collecting 35, 40 years. If I'm not into dress watches yet, I don't know that it's ever coming.
Not fair point, right? Fair point.
Luckily for me, I don't like them, and thank God I don't have to be fucking mentally challenged over these watches. But they're beautiful, and I love them for other people. And trust me, don't think I didn't just try putting a leather strap on a watch recently. Or I try all the time. It's the same shit. I fight. I wear it for 12 hours, 14 hours. Can't do
New
it.
strap gives new life for me, man. Like sometimes,
Didn't
I don't know,
work.
not always, but it can, man. It can scratch the itch for me. Like if I have like, you know, a bracelet and then get like a decent strap, it's like, and you know, it's gaslighting myself, but it does work.
I agree
I
with
can
the
wear
strap.
rubber, but not leather.
Rubber, but not leather. Yeah, look, I think the JJ's FP Joran is going to be amazing to see in person. Hopefully he brings it out.
Yeah.
I'd be super excited to see that. I saw his Day-Date when I met him. Amazing watch. He keeps it in really good condition too. And I know he wears it because he was going to Atlantic City that day to play some cards, I think, with his friends. And but you see him wearing it on the show all the time, and he's always out wearing it. So yeah, he's got some pretty hefty pieces that I think will be cool to see. When I saw Hoff's Music Edition, man, fuck, that even better in person. Even better in person.
I'm sure that does pop in person. Like, you know, like I'm not really a big like AP guy either, but seriously, there's something cool about that watch, like the colors and stuff. Like I could see that being really nice in person. Seriously, like a
Well, I liken it. You know, I'm not an AP fan, but you know, that doesn't mean I don't appreciate it. Like I would never have a Lambo tan, but
you
I
probably
love
couldn't
them. I mean,
fit in it, Patrick, because you're like.
well, I had a Ferrari. I fit in a Ferrari once. I had one.
Was
when
it
I
a
like
was it convertible or was it like a coupe?
It was a 308 back in the day, convertible
nice
tops off.
Yeah, that's
GTB.
probably why. That's the thing. If you're over 6 feet tall, you probably need the convertible.
Yeah. Anyway, the point is that if I saw your car, I think amazing. It's beautiful. It's just, you know, it's not something I would. There's different positions in your life. So, for instance, let me ask you this question.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you get to a certain point in your life. Like, as I said earlier, the one watch you said, you know, what do you think would be on the horizon for you? For me, it was always recently in the last few years, an Aquanaut, the larger white gold Aquanaut, because I need the 42.
Yeah.
But then I think that's because I've never had it.
That is so nice. The white
I've
gold
never
Aquanaut.
had it. I don't want to spend that kind of money on that kind of watch. And then I feel like a douchebag when you think of, again, I talk about Paul McCartney having it. The guy's a billionaire. He's had that one watch for 20 years. Do you ever get to a point where, you know, you got a little bit of money in your hands and you start feeling like a douchebag when you spend money on stuff like that? Because that humbles me with that Paul McCartney wearing that fucking Aquanaut all day long. And that's it.
Yeah,
look, that's it.
That's it.
Is he not a watch guy, or does he just wear it because it's a Patek Philippe?
He probably wears it because, you know,
someone told him to.
It could be that he's, you know, was given the watch by the brand, or it could be that he generally likes it. And I think his other bandmates actually also wore it as well. So
yeah,
I think it's more to do with marketing than it does with his actual interest in the Aquanaut. But who knows, right? Maybe he loves it. I don't know.
Just makes me think to myself, you know, do I really, you know, could I be a one watch guy? You know, I'm in a deep struggle right now, and that's why I just took a break.
I don't think you ever could, Patrick. I think, like, no offense, but I think that you'll get the watch and then critique the fike out of it.
That's why I had to exit completely, right? And I still, and that's why I'm hoping that if I come back, that it's eliminating everything. It's kind of like cleaning your room. You take everything out of it first.
I think the 16710 would be if you can get that finished in time with the, which I don't think you could if it's going to RSC, but if you could get it done in time, yeah, faded bezel 16710.
Well, that's not mine. That's a friend of mine.
Oh, I thought he was selling it to you.
No, I tried to buy it from him, but he wanted 14 grand, and I said, dude, it's all beat up. No way.
Yeah. Nick, did you? So I'm on Grand Seiko right now. This is one of my favorite Grand Seikos, the white birch.
I like the white birch. Yeah. Do you like the spring side version, or do you like the high beat? Do you have a preference?
I don't have a preference. I'd probably go with the high beat personally.
I think I would. I'm not really a spring
What'd you
guy.
get, Nick? Did you get spring, or I heard you say?
No, I got a 37.3 mm, so a lady size. It's on brand.
Oh, so it's a hand wound.
It's a manual, yeah, a manual wind. So it's SBGW, I think 289. It's basically one of those. It's like the Patek wannabe dress watches that they do.
Yeah.
And it's like a
Okay.
red dial, so it's like a bright red. So
Got it.
I don't.
Okay. Yeah, that white birch is crazy.
White birch is the winner. They have another version that's similar with like a blue, and then they have a black. It's like the same watch, you know, with the crazy dial. It's pretty nice, man. The black one's special too.
Yeah, I think I got the here. Let me pull this up here for you, Nick. I think this is the one. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is the Elegance.
Yeah, that's the one I got. Yeah.
Fuck's sakes.
Or it just went up.
I have to say,
it's
when
not
Grand
worth selling.
Seiko made the big announcement to come to the U.S. market and push hard, I guess I didn't expect that they'd have a 4 trillion models of Grand Seikos like they do in the regular Seiko model, the lower end Seikos. I thought they'd kind of, 6, 7, 8 models and that's it. But God, they are a factory of models.
So
that one's a little different.
What about this one?
I like that. I mean, so I think they do these fall things, or I don't know, it's like the seasons or something. And so they have, there was one that looked just like this that I wanted really bad, but it was like limited and sold out. And it was like a pink dial, that's the one I have right there. That guy. Oh, I got the number
Nice,
wrong.
man. That's really nice. I like the red.
Yeah, it pops, because I have that orange glass suit. So, got a little bit of orange, but then now with the red, I got the bright colors.
Yeah, this is funny because yesterday you and Patrick were talking about colors, and Patrick's like, I'm not a color guy. Meanwhile, Nick's got this fucking red ass watch, right? Like, really vibrant color.
I just meant where they come out with 20 colors. That's what I meant. Like, the Stella dials, Rolex put all the colors out, and then Oris does it, and Breitling does it. That's what I meant. All these colors where they
Citizen copied it really hard, where it's like almost straight up blatant. It's a little like
no new watches, just new colors. And that's what I was referring to.
Nah, Nick, this one looks really nice, man.
Yeah, it's what's up. It's what's up. I like it.
The dial of this dress watch is in deep burgundy color that is inspired by the rich autumn colors of Boshu, the Seki or season, when the trees that surround Grand Seiko's Shizukuishi in northern Japan change in hue and announce that the winter is just around the corner. Hey, perfect watch for October coming up and fall. Right?
Yeah, it's what's up.
Yeah. No, it's a great choice, man. What kind of drove you to Grand Seiko? I mean, you obviously had money to buy an Omega and other things. Like, why Grand Seiko specifically?
Because I need a Rolex, Tan. I need a Rolex, so it's No, I mean I don't have a Grand Seiko. I wanted a Grand Seiko. I know I could have got a little bit of a better deal on the secondary market, but I just I wanted a manual. I only have a few manuals. I have a Cartier that's a manual, but it's like way too dressy, and it's gold, and so I just wanted I don't know, a decent. I mean, I guess I also have a Nomos that's a manual, but that's like a cheap shitter, and then the Cartier's a little too fancy, so kind of wanted like a mid-level. Not to call Grand Seiko mid-level, but like something that I can wear without getting robbed, but still have like a nice watch. Because I don't know, I'm a value quality guy, and there's a lot of value in it. It's it's a nice watch, man. When you have it on your wrist, it's definitely it's a winner. I wish I got one with the bracelet, like the beads of rice or something like that. But still, the dials are what's up, and the movement looks good for what it is.
I like that one right there.
Yeah, KB Lake says the SBGW 293 is one of his next purchases, the small Evo 9 case design.
I love that case shape.
Yeah, it's actually really nice. Aaron, the link is pinned if you'd like to join us.
Hey guys, I gotta step off. I gotta go mow today. I'm gonna be mowing 14 acres. Got to get that done.
There you go,
Patrick.
20 tomorrow, 14 today. It's a life. I'm like Meech. I don't have any employees. I do it myself. Hey, but I did want to say, did you know, Tan, that I got McKinley to come? Mackenzie.
Yeah, I haven't seen Mackenzie in ages.
I was wondering how many people remember him.
I remember Mackenzie, yeah.
He got spooked off with the Goldberg interest.
Oh yeah, that was ages ago. This is like
right?
There's a few people because when you added McKinley, I was like, oh, is that Mackenzie? But yeah, look, it's just, and if you guys, hey, for anybody who wants to join Watch Time New York, everybody's welcome. Archie said it. I know the other side said it. Everybody's welcome. We would love to see you guys. So feel free to book your ticket to Watch Time New York. Meet Patrick Philippe. See what new watch he's bringing from the great state of Texas up to New York. So
Can be boring, but hey, you never know.
you never
I'm
know.
a left-handed dude. It always looks weird no matter what it is. All right, guys, take care. Talk soon.
See ya.
Bye,
See you, Patrick.
Yeah, bye.
Look, Nick, we should just end the watch wars here. Like we'll say, look, the match to end the watch wars. I'll book a court of Flushing Meadows. Watch Nicholas represents the Alliance. Marcelo represents the other channel, and we'll just do like we'll
I
do
don't know
best.
if you want to do that, Tan. I honestly think I would lose to Marcelo now. That's the thing.
Come
Like,
on, man. You've got to be like, I would say you're probably like a 4-5 right now. You have to,
Right
even if you haven't practiced, you're probably a 4-5.
I mean, I don't. I think it might be like a 3-5 or a 4.
No way. In your prime, you're a 5-5. In like, yeah,
that
like
was years ago, man. That was a long time ago.
yeah.
I don't know.
Look,
No two-handed forehands at least, but yeah, dude,
Are we
it's
gonna do
awesome you got to go to U.S. Open. Have you been to that before? Is that your first
No,
year?
no, I haven't. I've obviously been to the Canadian Open very often. I've been like multiple times because the Canadian Open switches between Toronto and Montreal.
Okay.
So I go to that often enough. I'd never been to the U.S. Open, and my cousin actually had tickets, and his brothers couldn't go, and he just called me up. He's like, "Do you want to come?" And I'm like, "Yeah, fuck yeah, I'll go."
Fuck yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so we stayed at a pretty shitty place. We were staying in Flushing, New York, and the hotel, and it was super expensive, but fucking shithole. The good thing was that it was a train. It was literally one train stop away from the stadium, which was. And look, the setup of the U.S. Open is actually really good. We had tickets. We were in the third round. We had Arthur Ashe tickets, and then basically
Nice.
you could go everywhere. You can go to any other court and basically sit anywhere, as long as like it was first come first serve. So I was down like right behind the media and stuff because I stayed late. I stayed for the whole day. But yeah, dude, it was awesome. The watch spotting when I saw it was a little weak, mostly Datejusts.
I would have thought there'd be like heavy hitters. Honestly, maybe they save it for the finals.
Probably like you're talking the third round. I didn't see a ton of good stuff. I saw like a VC overseas and maybe one. I saw Ceramic Daytona, the black one, but yeah, mostly a sea of Datejust. But hey, it's what do you expect, right? It's the same thing at Formula One, Canadian Grand Prix, the Montreal Grand Prix. I just a sea of Datejust.
I would have expected heavy fucking watches, man. Sorry to cut you off. Yeah.
Yeah, so KB Lake's been to the Canadian Open. He says Canadian one's really well done. Been going to Toronto for years. Yeah, so to Canada, they alternate. So women's will play in one city and then men's will play in another. So either it's in Montreal for the women's, and if Montreal's the women's and Toronto's the men's, or vice versa. But yeah, I'll usually go to it. Every couple of years. My whole family's into tennis. That's why, like, when I found out you were into tennis, I was like, oh, this is even better because you got a couple people in the community that like tennis. OC likes tennis. I'd love to set up I'd love to set up a match between Watch Nicholas and OC if we could ever do that. We could do a doubles match. Like, we'll make it even.
That would be hella fun. I think Ron plays actually. I'm pretty sure Ron plays.
Yeah, hey, why not? Why not? We'll book some courts and we'll play some Fiking tennis, man. ASMR tennis tennis talk with So what are you doing? Are you streaming today? What's happening?
I'm walking the dog right now. I don't know. I might maybe later. I was just kind of chilling, hanging out. What are you up to? Just the ASMR launch?
Yeah, I was. I dropped the Seiko off for service, and I was just driving back. It was about a 45-minute drive out in the country, and then I was just talking watches with Higgins on the phone. So I was like, you know what, I might as well hop on the stream, see if anyone wants to talk some wrist watches, and yeah, if not, fuck, hopefully you're gonna.
What's next? So last time I got to speak with you, you had picked up, or were in the process of picking up that. I guess you would call it the cream. I don't know the numbers, but like the cream paddock with, I guess it would be, I think it's some sort of calendar. I don't know, annual, perpetual, whatever. Do you have something else that's that you're looking at now, like some other paddock that's on the horizon?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'll pull up the piece that we're talking about, and we got a super chat from Golden Baba who says, Golden Baba, $2. This is a new era, Patel. Yes, it is a new era. Absolutely. It's a new era where Nicholas potentially ends all watch wars with a single tennis match, 2 out of 3 sets, winner takes all. So this is the 5320, like you said, cream dial.
Like the hands on this. What you said, 5220? Is that what it is? 5220?
5320,
53.
perpetual calendar. Yeah, look, for me, this was my grail. This is, a decade long. I've been looking to buy a perpetual calendar from Paddock. It was just selecting the right one, and I actually was not ready to even do the purchase at the time. I just had a collector friend of mine who had an extra. He owned two. He wears one of them, and then he kept another one just in mint condition, unused, unworn. And he had heard that I was interested in a perpetual calendar, and said, "Hey, look, if you're interested, I have one, and I would sell it to you because hey, I know that you're going to wear it." So, yeah, for me, I don't really have an interest in needing anything higher of a complication, and we're talking like minute repeater, Rattrapant, split second
Yeah,
chronograph, or even
those
a
are
perpetual.
like daily. Like this is basically really all you kind of need or want for most people. I'd agree with that.
Look, for me, I use my watches. If I have a complication, I want to use it, and so this is probably the most usable complication, the highest complication you can probably get. I don't find that the perpetual chronograph is going to be very useful or usable. Like you got a manual wind perpetual calendar, like you're going to be constantly, with this, you can throw this on a winder and then pick it up whenever, and you got the right day, date, moon phase, everything, as long as you set it correctly. So I'm basically building around it, Nick. Like I'm going to be probably adding a world time. I'm going to be adding.
Oh wow. So we're talking world time on your level though. So not like a Benjamin Chi world time. We're talking like
No,
going to be looking
no.
at a Patek or maybe. What do you think of the Vash? It's probably a little too like lowly for you, but do you like the overseas world times? Those are actually pretty cool, and I think they're under retail a little
Yeah, I
bit.
actually do. I'm gonna pull one up here. I'm gonna pull up the blue one. Is this Chrono? Let's try go Chrono 24. Let's see. Let's look at Vacheron's World. They have a whole website on world time watches, so we might as well share the world time watches. But yeah, look, their world times are actually really nice as well. Like,
Yeah,
um,
I haven't seen them in person, but I think they're really nice, man. There you go. That's it in the picture.
yeah, yeah, no, and look, it has more than the standard 24-hour time zones, right? Like you got these half time zones. Like for example, St. John's is in Canada. That's a half an hour ahead of Eastern Standard Time, where you would see here in New York. So they do have. And the cool thing about world times is you see different cities. Like you got Tehran on the dial. That's the Iranian capital. You've got New Delhi, which is a half hour. Karachi, in India. You've got all these different time zones that you probably don't see on a standard paddock. So yeah, look, this is definitely a cool piece. I'm not a huge fan of the overseas outside of maybe the blue dial 4500. So get this one. I'll show you the latest paddock world time that just came out. And I
Yeah,
think this might
I'd love
be
to.
yeah, they released it in the Tokyo exhibit this year, and it is the last world time was the 5230, and this is the 5330. And we got someone joining here. We got Aaron Flesher. Hey, Aaron, how you doing? Um, so this is the 5330. So, remember 5230 was the last gen. This just got released. They don't have a standard 5330 out yet, but I think this is what it'll look like. And
I
on
don't
this,
know.
well, what's
That's
different, Nick? Yeah, what's different is you got a date now. So you've got this like date indicator as
Oh,
well.
is that what it is? I'm trying to figure out because it looks a lot. It looks very similar to the last iteration, but clearly different. I'm kind of trying to figure out. Like, I don't hate it, but man, there's other paddock world times that are really bomb. Like, there's I don't know the references on them, but I think they're like world time chronographs or something like that, maybe.
Yeah, you know what?
Those
I think I know
things
what
look
you're
a lot
talking about. Yeah,
nicer.
let me pull that up for you here.
They have some different colors. They got like blue, and I think they have a tan one and a red
Yeah,
one.
I know exactly what you're talking about. This one right here.
Yeah, I think America had one in one of his pictures for a long time. Baller watch, man.
Yeah,
That
he
one's
used to be
so
known as
awesome.
America 5935. That's this version. This is the world time chronograph. I actually saw that my AD had this. It wasn't for sale, obviously, or it was reserved. Um, but yeah, no, this is definitely a cool piece for me. Look, am I gonna go world time chronograph? I'm not sure. If I could get this watch, absolutely, I would. Um, but I probably go with a standard world time. And look, like you said, there are different world times. There's this one, which is the world time chronograph. You've also got Let's do the 5231. Let's do that in the J. This is the cloisonné dial static. Oop, it was you, Aaron. I just had to mute you. They got a bit of static going on. You've also got the cloisonné dial world time. Here, let me pull up a picture for you guys.
Yeah, those are a lot more special. Those cloisonnés.
Yeah, so this is the Jamie Opulence watch, cloisonné dial, and beautiful, beautiful piece. Now, people ask me, if you're gonna get a world time, you might as well get like the world time, which is this one. But for me, again, when I go back to the idea of like I want to use my complications, the one problem with the world time that it just irks me, Nick, is the fact that like when daylight savings time kicks in, a lot of these time zones are incorrect. The ones that are observing daylight savings time, and
Oh,
so
really? I didn't know that.
yeah.
That's actually kind of annoying.
It is. Now there are some world times out there that do account for daylight savings time, but Paddock doesn't. So that's what I actually hoped would have happened in the 5330 is they actually correct it to be able to handle daylight savings. But that's the one part of that's always kept me away from world times has been the fact that you can't necessarily, your watch is then not accurate how many
Yeah.
months of the year that's running daylight savings time, right? So
I mean, that's actually fucked, man. That's annoying as shit. What do you
yeah.
think about? Well, I mean, so I like this one that you have up on screen. I think there's one in white gold or maybe platinum. But that's just kind of my own style. There's what about the Breguet? I think it's called the Oramundi. Have you seen those? Might be kind of big,
Yeah.
but that's something you might like.
Yeah, I'll look up the Ormundi for you
Not
here.
really in the paddock like.
No, look, it's still
What
a
about
cool
an-
piece.
Get one of these badass indies, Tan. That's what you should do. Like, I don't know.
I'll pull up the
Like
Ormundi
FP
here for
Lauren,
you. Yeah, let's
Lawrence
pull up
Fair,
the
something
No,
like
look,
that.
this is actually really cool. Like
Yeah, I
this
like
is a
these.
sick.
They're badass. The Oramundis are really nice.
Yeah, this is actually sick, man. I really like this. And yeah, just a different way of looking at just a different way of displaying the dial and yeah, just fucking that's actually a really nice watch. Um So yeah, no, this would definitely be something I'd be interested to check out. I got to put this on the wrist because these lugs might be a problem. Like you see, how like I don't know,
Yeah,
it doesn't look that
yeah.
good on this guy.
It kind of wears funky. I haven't tried that one on, but I've tried on various iterations of that like marine and like the way the lugs are and stuff. It is kind of. Yeah, I have small wrists, so it's funky. But with certain people's wrists, for sure, it's going to look really large.
He also is contrary to popular belief. Watch Nicholas is a watch enthusiast and knows a lot about watches. So he does do ASMR watch talk sometimes on his show. Doesn't always bring in the bucks. He knows that
it's hard.
It's hard. But we do appreciate it when Nick's he's chilling and he's willing to give us some time to talk some watches. We appreciate him. And hey, look, Kelsowitz, we're talking independence. If you want to hop on, I know that I'm going to see you in a couple of weeks. Kelsowitz is going to be at Watch Time New York. He's a big fan of independence. Yeah, Nick, look, if I'm thinking about independence, I'm thinking like Grunefeld. Pull up a Grunefeld here.
I got to meet one of the punters in San Francisco, and he brought with him a couple. He brought like 4 FP Journes, and then he brought one Gronfeld. It's like that main one that people always, I think Principia 1941 or something.
Yep, I'll pull it up.
Dude, I held that in my hand, and I was shocked for real. Like, cause it's I was holding, like in the same watch box or watch roll. He has the FP Journes. I was like really taken aback at the quality on the Gronfeld when you put it like. Because I thought like, wow, like FP Journe is the tip top, best of the best. And then I'm holding this thing and even under a loop and everything. It's just nuts. Really impressive. Just a little small, but.
Hey, we got Fella in the chat. I get to troll Kelsowitz in person next month. See, Fella will be the motherfucker. He's going to bring the Richard Mille for sure. He's going to bring his Richard Mille. He's got, I think that's the pièce de résistance for Archie will be the Richard Mille. And I guarantee Archie's just going to ignore it. He's not even going to pay attention. He's going to simp like somebody. He simped. So Fella met up with Archie with his friend, who's met Archie before, and his friend was wearing a white dial Nautilus, and Archie completely ignored his friend, even though he knows the guy. Completely ignored him, and he was simping like Fella's, I think, Yachtmaster 1 or something. So I think that's what's going to happen. Bear's going to be wearing a Tudor, and Archie's going to be like, he's going to tell him how much he loves the Tudor versus whatever Richard Mille that Fella's going to bring from his extensive collection.
Tudor. No, going to be Tudor people now. Yeah, I could see that. That's
What about you, Nick? So like independence, if you were to let's just let's say you had the money, you made a decision on an independent. What would you be looking to buy reasonably?
Okay, so years ago, if you asked me this question when I first started my channel, when pre-COVID, I probably would have said FP Journe because you could get a better deal on it. You asked me today, I would be saying I like some Laurent Ferrier. I like a lot of Laurent Ferrier. I really like a lot of
choice, bro. It's a good choice.
I would go with
Look, I think from a Laurent Ferrier perspective, like that ice blue they have, I know
Yes.
that there's a few guys that like the classic or the square. I know the square is not the most popular for some people, but some people love this square with a nice blue, really really nice blue dial, and
Yeah.
I would say this is call it a cushion case. I would say, but yeah, you got a micro rotor movement. You've got some pretty nice finishing here as well. Internal angle there for you, Mr. Higgins. So that, again, right when we're talking about, when people talk about finishing, you can see the standard of finishing is quite high on a Laurent Ferrier, and that probably is what you're buying when you're looking at this piece. You may not be necessarily, and look, I mean, technical innovation as well. From this brand, I think this brand is pretty exemplary when it comes to not only the natural escapement and the finishing. But yeah, look, just really cool dials. This is my favorite. I don't know, Nick, what you like? If you like the square lineup or the classic lineup?
I mean, I like them both, but so the square ones I think are a little cooler. If you keep going down, I think it's none of those. They do have a Cloisonné World Time that's pretty cool, but there's like a Nautilus ripoff from them that I think's really really cool.
I would assume that's probably in. Oh no, here we go.
There you go.
Yeah, Sport Autos. Yeah.
Yeah, these guys. I think those are what's up.
Yeah,
I haven't seen them in person, but I think those are really cool. I'd rather have Nautilus for sure.
Yeah, bro. Everyone's pushing the salmon. Like, look at this. Salmon. This is a tourbillon.
That looks good. That looks really nice.
Yeah, but for me, it's I don't know. I think that just looks a little dated. The design looks dated. Like everyone, like you said, everyone's trying to kind of rip off the Nautilus. But for me, it's just Nautilus. I think I honestly, truly believe it's a fad, and I think that in 20 years, it's going to be something else. Just like I said, 20 years ago, it wasn't the Nautilus. Now it's the Nautilus. 30 years ago, it wasn't the GMT. It's the GMT now. 30 years ago, it was Panerai that was doing everything, right? Everyone wanted a fucking Panerai. Now nobody wants a Panerai. Fucking Watch Nicholas is selling his Panerai or sold his Panerai, right?
I mean, a lot of people used to do trades straight up. Like I would dick around on the forums. You'd see people doing straight up 1-for-1 Panerai for Rolex.
Yeah, it's crazy. We got Golden Baba $2. Patel, make Watch Nicholas talk about Habring. I don't know if I can make him talk about it. But yeah, this.
Thank you, Golden Baba. Thank you, Golden Baba.
Thank you. So this one, this is a husband and wife company, Habring. I believe they're based in Austria.
Yeah, that's my understanding. They're pretty
Yeah.
reasonably priced, man. Like, I think you used to be able to get them for around $5,000. It looks like now I've seen them at like 7,500 US, something like that. But you get a lot of value in there. And my understanding is it's actually like completely handmade by that husband and wife team. And then also like the little boxes, the little wooden boxes, they ship them in. They give you a bunch of like replacement parts in there for like if anything goes wrong or breaks or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, man. I think it's cool. I don't, it's kind of tough though at the price point because it keeps going up. I think when it's closer to 10,000, I don't know about that, but when it's around $5,000, I think it's a win-win.
Yeah, I'm lacking on finding a design I really like from this brand. I don't dislike them. I just think that
The Felix. What do you think about the Felix? That's kind of the primo one, I believe, is the Felix.
Felix. It's like a Felix the Fortunate. Yeah, not bad actually. It's not bad. GPHG nominee. Oh, winner of the Petite Aiguille in 2015. GPHG.
I think Petite Aiguille or whatever that is. That's like the cheapies, right? Petite Aiguille. It's like things under $10,000 or something like that.
Higgins says they're cheap because they modify 7750 chronographs. Higgins, just hop on, man. Like, just talk some freaking independence with me and Watch Nick. We're talking watches. We're not talking drama here.
No drama. I actually my phone battery's really low. I do got to go in a couple minutes, but
Yeah, no worries. It says I missed a super chat. Oh, maybe I did. Here we go. He says Archie ignores everything, especially himself. All right, well, I'll give you a chance to dip out here, Nick. I'll run a clip. But I did want to say a big thanks to you for hopping on and joining me for some watch talk. Let's give Nick a minute to hop off here. Why don't we go with Lady Boys?
Thank you, Patel. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, everybody in the chat, and have a good one.
Brothers, sisters, and ladyboys of the channel, thou must acknowledge thine exalted ladyboy.
Everything has a price in Thailand.
There's an awful ugly penis down there.
Reverend Tattoo, I just got off the plane.
Sex is all psychological.
Ladyboy fucker!
Of course, I like to be respectful to the traditions
Everything has a price in Thailand.
and things that happen there. So ladyboys themselves, thumbs up.
Ladyboy fucker!
I think they're great.
Time.
I think they're great. I've had homosexual dreams. Of course. I like big breasts, small breasts, all sorts of breasts, John.
There has to be one ladyboy in the movie.
She's pretty.
Small breasts. Yes.
He's excited.
Yes.
Awful ugly penis down there.
Yes.
Everything has a price in Thailand.
He said ladyboys aren't really a homosexual thing, but
Ladyboy fucker!
But who fucking cares?
Fastest ladyboy ever seen run in my life.
The sacrifice of a ladyboy.
Because I spoke Thai to that woman.
Yes.
That ladyboy.
What were you saying? What were you saying to her? It gets better in the deeper you go.
I was asking how much it was and what's the room like.
It's like you got a heterosexual guy. You take him on tour to Bangkok and you introduce him to a ladyboy. And yeah, he's excited, she's pretty, she's this, and then he realizes there's an awful ugly penis down there.
I think they're great.
Time.
Glory, lust, and drama unto Pontiff the King.
Finding a Thai girlfriend in Bangkok nightclub.
Time.
Bangkok gets a bit of a bad reputation for being full of hookers and ladyboys.
Whatever turns your fancy.
Time.
That's not a real lady. Get back. Puts the hand in.
Small breasts, big breasts. I love the female form.
Penis down there. Puts the hand in.
All sorts of breasts, John.
Does it matter if the breasts are on a ladyboy?
Whatever turns your fancy.
Does it matter if the breasts are on a ladyboy?
They'll turn you into a ladyboy in prison.
Wolfgang went, let one go. He went to hit this ladyboy and went to punch it. It was bang, bang, bang.
Damn straight they will.
Quite well-mannered, nasty, mean, angry, Rolex-worshipping ladyboy lover.
When they pull off their shoes, you got to worry. You know, they pull off their shoes and try and bed their stiletto in between your eyes.
Lady boys and Louis Vuitton.
That's a lady boy's trick. They do that all the time.
There is no longer Grand Seiko or Longines. There is no Hublot or Panerai. As for all of ye are one under the divine wisdom of our fearless conduct.
Love to catch you in bangers. I would buy you dinner, a drink, and a ladyboy. I did go into a ladyboy bar once. Purple Paradise Club. I just wanted to see what it was like. Cost about 2,000 baht. There was nothing nasty or vicious. Quite well-mannered. Chance to feel the breasts. Wanted to see what it was like. They're fairly aggressive. Can you believe that? They drugged them. Quite well-mannered. I personally attracted to ladyboys. You should write a children's book called Ladyboys.
It was bang, bang, bang. And the three Germans were on the ground playing starfish after 3 kicks. You know, the ladyboy kicked the daylights out of the 3 Germans. Just the 3 hits, bang, bang, bang. They were playing starfish on the ground. They were unconscious.
Speaking of starfish Germans, we have Higgy Sales joining me.
Whinging. Someone is whinging in the private chat. Hop on. I'm alone.
Yes.
I'm alone. Hop on.
Yes.
Come on, Higgy.
Yeah, well, no, hey, we were going
I have
to
to.
Independence. We're going to the Independence. I needed you. Like, I'm not a big
Yeah, I know.
independent guy, right?
Well, it was quite obvious that you needed me, but the problem is we are having dinner in 2-3 minutes, so I can only shout at you, insult you, and I'm gonna hop off in 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I did bring up Anderson Genev real quick.
Yeah.
So just briefly, so maybe do you want to talk about Simon Pret or do you want to talk about Anderson Genève real quick for 2 minutes?
Oh, we can talk about the Anderson Genève. I had the privilege to try on the left one, which is the bright new model. And they modified slightly the case. If you can see side to side to the older version with the blue dial. You just had the picture on.
Oh, sorry. I'm
Come on,
just scrolling.
Patel, Philippe. What is wrong with you?
I had the picture already? Did I? Hold on. Oh, yeah, from there.
Yeah, you had the side-to-side picture.
Yeah, hold on. Here we go.
Yeah, here you can see that they slightly changed the bezel and they slightly changed the lug. And it is just my personal taste. I like the old one better because I like those strong lugs on the one with the blue dial. So they toned down a little bit the separation. They streamlined it a little bit, but personally, I like the one with the blue dial better from a case perspective.
I figured you would, just because I know that those pronounced lugs are they're very much like, obviously on your World Timer you have, a very, very unique style.
They're like the Patek Philippe World Timer, the 2513, and I really like them.
Yeah, and look, like I can see why they toned it down a bit because it could definitely be. It's definitely a statement piece of the watch is the lugs, right? And it may not be for everybody, and that's why they may have toned it down in the new version. But hey, look, I think both of them look. I think the new version looks like schmicko. Like look at this, like
the one with the rose gold.
Yeah,
the rose gold dial looks gorgeous in the combination with platinum. And I tried it on in person. I met the owner of Anderson Genève, Alex, a couple of weeks ago, and it's a fantastic watch.
And this rotor is this finished? Obviously, yours is blue.
Yes.
So this was, but in terms of the finishing of the rotor, is it a similar style finishing outside of just the bluing of the rotor? Is it similar, you think, from the World Time that you have?
Yeah, it's a guillochage, but the guilloche pattern is different than mine.
It's different. I see.
Yeah, it looks similar just from far away, but it's different.
From the dial perspective, I know you had a chance to look at a lot of their dials. I don't know if it was specifically enamel dials or if it was just their standard dials. Like, maybe give us a quick rundown of how it was.
Well, Anderson Genève is not very much about the cloisonné dials, about the enamel dial. Their big seller at the moment is the jumping hour, just like you have, and the main feature is that guillochage, which is called losange magique, and that is their shtick.
Well, we got to talk about shtick. You need to text our good friend Benjamin Chi because this article on Monarch. Oh my God, man! Look at these. Look at these, Higgy.
Those
baby.
are beautiful.
What's your favorite of the three? Which one do you like?
I like the swallows on the right.
This is mine right here. Look at this.
Yes. Mrs. Higgins is calling me. I'd love to continue that talk, but Mrs. Higgins is shouting.
No, have your dinner. Have your dinner. I can hold my own with some ASMR watch.
Yeah, hold your own and maybe hold your breath for 30.
Can you pass a message to Mrs. Higgins for me?
Yes, please.
Guten Abend,
Mrs. Higgins.
I say
Mrs. Higgins. Tanzil is live on you. He says Guten Abend.
Guten Abend.
Hello, guten Abend.
There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, first time on the live streams, Mrs. Higgins.
We love
Good
Mrs.
evening,
Higgins.
Mrs. Higgins. How are you?
No, she doesn't want to talk to you, Saad. You're a bad influence to everybody, and I don't want you to
Jonathan, before you leave, we were talking about a day-date earlier. The one with was it an oyster bracelet? Can you remind me what our conversation was earlier?
Yes, oyster bracelet, and I particularly like the white gold one. They made it 36 millimeters with an oyster bracelet.
Saad, is this 118-209?
The 118-209 should be the one with the smooth bezel. So, yeah, it's a correct reference number. I've seen the yellow gold on oyster bracelet, but need to see the white one also.
Okay, Then
Yeah,
you
see
have
you,
now
Jonathan.
Saad.
Yeah,
Saad,
yeah.
please hold the fort, and maybe we're talking later. Okay.
No, you said I'm a bad influence, so
To
you won't
Mrs.
talk to
Higgins,
me.
not in general, Saad.
Why? What did I say to her? I apologize.
Nothing at the moment. But
All
you
right,
were just
Jonathan.
about.
Jonathan, we'll see.
Yeah.
Me and Saad, we're getting into
Bye-bye.
day-date talk here. All right, Saad. So
Yeah, bye-bye.
yeah, so see you, Jonathan. So Jonathan and I were talking this morning. He was talking about oyster bracelets on day dates. I don't know, Saad. I don't know if I like this. But I got one up for you. So what do you think?
Yeah. Now, personally speaking, the whole point of a day date was the president bracelet. Apart from, of course, the complication of the day. Otherwise, this is actually then a date just, a proper date just. So if you like the president bracelet, then I think you should go for the day date. Otherwise, why not go directly for the date just? And by the way, these oyster bracelet day dates were never a good sell at all, at all. Okay, and even on gray market, they were never doing very well. So you will always find them to be the cheapest of the lot. Uh, the reference number does not change because oyster and president and jubilee, they all have same case reference number is the same. So that doesn't, however, this doesn't make sense to me also. And the half link on these oyster bracelet, it's not that good adjustable yeah, when compared to the president bracelet.
Well,
Again, it is this that
we fucking call it the president because of the president bracelet. Like,
yeah, 100%. Even Rolex used to call it it. Rolex uses the term president for that bracelet. So that's a very important aspect of this watch, and it looks really stupid when you are not having the actual thing with you, unless you really like this configuration. But you will always or mostly see oyster bracelet combined with the polished bezel. Very rarely you will find a jubilee bracelet with the oyster
well, look,
oyster bracelet.
I'm on Rolex's website right now. You type president, and it gives you your suggestions, right? Presidential,
Yeah.
men's presidential, Rolex president. So if you type Rolex president, right? Well,
Yeah.
what's it going to bring us, right? Well, it's going to bring us, obviously,
The day
day
date.
dates.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the day date, right?
Yes.
So I
Yeah.
wanted to, now that we have you here and I have a bit of time, let's run through a couple of the stone dials. Well, let's run through every stone dial for everybody. Quick,
Every okay.
everyone. We got Agate, which is the
Yes.
18079 Agate dial. We have Ammonite. This is an 18208, so this is single quick set. Ammonite.
Yes.
Aventurine, a very famous, a very popular in today's 18238 double quick
Yeah.
set. It's actually nice.
Very
I like
famous
the
piece.
Aventurine. Have you seen an Aventurine dial in person at all? Like,
No, I haven't seen it, but it's very famous, as you have mentioned. These days, people love it. Eventually,
yeah.
yeah.
You got Azurite dial, 5184. Different. This is a Cellini. Looks like a women's watch. Got Bloodstone.
This is very special. Bloodstone is very special.
And this Bloodstone
It
has a
always
lot.
has been. Yes, yes. Now
a
this
lot
is a
of red on
proper
it.
bloodstone petal. If you really want to have a bloodstone, then this is the one to go for. You see a lot of blood on it.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point, right? If you got an entire green dial, like why would you pay that money for a bloodstone if it's not exactly what you'd be looking for from the look, right?
Yes.
We got Catchalong. I've never heard of Catchalong. 69178. Yeah, interesting. It looks more like a
Yes.
marble, or I don't know. We've got Carnelian, aka Chalcedony, and this is a 16018. So this is a date just. Chrysopras. I don't know what this is. Green, looks like a creamy jade. It's not jade though. 116519. It's a date toner.
Yeah.
Coral dial. We see a bunch of coral dials around. Date just coral dials. I think there's both date just and day date coral dials, right?
Yes, and they comes in different colors. The coral dials.
And she's asking, are stone dial day dates usually 36 mil?
No, it comes in 40 also. Quickly telling you, and the rose gold day-date 40 comes with the Eisenkiesel as an option for stone. The yellow gold comes with the onyx style, and the white and the platinum comes, both of them comes with the same dial, which is the meteorite. So they also have stone dials as an option.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely. You got the pink coral 18038. Very nice.
Yes.
I like this
Yes.
one. Pink coral date just.
So then one thing I would like to bring to your notice is Rolex used to call their diamonds 30, and I will be sharing a catalog with you, which will be somewhat little bit on the interesting side because it's all about stone dials, and you can find correct names of the stone. Sometimes they call Jurassic Park, whereas it's a fossil dial. So terminology which is used by Rolex makes watches very interesting. Like we call it embroidery dial, right? Embroidery, and
Yep.
Rolex call it decoration dial. So we need to correct our vocabulary also sometimes.
Did you
I'll
send
send
me
you right
anything?
now.
I haven't. Yeah. Okay. You're sending it. Okay. Good.
Yeah, you keep continue with the forum, please. Yeah.
Yeah. So we got the yellowish green coral dial, ferrite dial. I've seen ferrite around. This is actually not bad. A little bit of gray and nice looking dial on this one on the ferrite. This is one I like to bring up a lot. The Jurassic Park, the fossil dial. It's 18038. Which is a fossil, obviously. Apparently, these are very brittle. And if you damage this, your likelihood of getting another one is very unlikely from Rolex. The fossil dial, Jurassic Park day dates. So for those that didn't know, day dates and a lot of Rolexes are, over time has had a wide breadth of, different variations in them. Grossular dial or garnet dial 116519 Daytona, as well as a day date here in the 18239. We've got marble. Obviously, anybody can pick out marble from, just marble being in our everyday use. You'll see marble pretty often. So MCM says Mike the Snake had a fossil watch. Well, Mike the Snake is a lucky guy if he had a fossil watch. So that is the marble dial. Green jade. I'll stop on green jade while I wait for Saad to send me what he wants to send. But we're going through every single type of stone dial that we can find here on Rolex. So if you guys have a specific stone dial you want to see, let me know. While we do that, Brent says day date in platinum and white gold. If I could ever bring myself to spend that much on a watch, in response to Patrick B, who's asking how about these day date watches? Love them. Yeah, look, day dates. If you're gonna buy an 18238 or an 18038, and you have a chance to get one of these stone dials, it'd be really cool. One of my favorites is the Tiger's Eye dial. I love Tiger's Eye. Really cool piece. And look, like it's different. It's different than your current, your regular champagne with Romans or champagne with stick. Why not? And look, we have a lot of
Yes.
collectors who buy, vintage day dates, and they buy, the champagne dial. GMT bought one, right? If I were buying one, I'd probably be looking more into this, something a bit more unique, right?
Now, and this is the same thing that I explained to Archie. Whenever you go for the first Ferrari, you always try to go for the Rosa Corsa, the red color. Then once you become a collector, then you go for various yellow, blue, green and stuff. Now your first Lamborghini could be in yellow color or some typical color. Now you have experimented and you're having very beautiful red, which is actually, we call it house of color red. They make
Yeah.
some very yeah.
The reason I changed, so for those that didn't know, I had a white Lamborghini before the current Huracan, and the problem was, Saad, was there was somebody else in my city who had a white Huracan, and they were always in a different part of the city, and people were like, "Hey, I saw you driving around, and you didn't wave at me, or you didn't." I'm like, "Man, it wasn't me. Like, I live in a different end of the city, and I don't go to that part of the city that often." So I was like, I need something a bit more, a bit different, something that you won't see. So the color I got is something you definitely won't see in the candy apple red. But yeah. So what do we got here on the screen here, Saad?
So, Ten, just to ask you this question, what do you think is unique about this style?
Let me have a look. All right, we got
Yes.
Rolex Perpetual Date. You got your standard dial. You got your diamonds. You got your rubies. You've got your T Swiss made T on it. You guys, so we've got a tritium dial, but there is no loom. That's for sure. But granted, there could be loom if there's hands, right? Saad, we don't know that. I don't know if you're going to show me hands.
Now,
Officially
we,
certified.
you're right about this. Now we'll switch to the second picture, which shows the back of this watch. Now I've circled the same dial where you can barely see two stamps on it. One is mentioned 18K and other is 0750.
Yeah. So
Now this means that this whole dial is made from solid 18 karat gold.
yeah, beautiful.
So yeah, so this is what I want to say to you guys is that some of these dial were actually back in the day they used to make some dials from 18 karat gold, even though from the front it looks like an ordinary champagne dial, but it's actually a solid gold dial. So now, Tan, whenever you are getting a watch which has a dial of this sort or some other dial which is 750, 50-60% of the dealers even still till this day don't know about this. Okay, so you have to call your brother Saad and ask me, is this dial made from solid 18 karat? Yes, no. And if the price is right, just pull the trigger, because most of the people think that it's still made from brass. However, this is what is special about this, some of these pieces. It's
No,
a hidden treasure.
yeah, that's beautiful. And look, I'd say our biggest concern is if you ever had to service this watch and there's a problem with the dial, what the hell would happen, right? Like
Oh, yeah.
Rolex is not gonna have a replacement for that. I don't even know what they'd probably slap on a new champagne dial onto this. Like I don't know what the hell they would do. I know that you've sent some catalogs over, so let's have a look.
No, some of them are really boring ladies' dress watches, but there is 1 or 2 pages in which you will find stone dials, which has proper terminology mentioned. Plus, the diamonds were always considered to be, it was known as 30, but 30 is actually a round diamond. So these are, okay, this is not actually the stone dials, but these 1 or 2 of them are special here. Like the one in Burgundy is a with net dial, so that is a special. Again, you can find it's written with net 30 dial, second last line.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
they used to call diamonds 30. It was not that we what we call 30. Back in the day, things were very. Now this is this has some special dials also, like the string diamond dial, the one which is black in color. Again, another Vignet dial, um, which can be as used as a reference point while buying a watch. You see, the first one is a birchwood dial. There are 4 or 5 kinds of. They used to have sequoia dial. They had walnut. Used many types of wood actually, not just 1 or 2. So yes, this is the birchwood dial.
It's an interesting bracelet for these ladies' date just over here. It's like a mesh bracelet.
Yes, exactly, and it's you could adjust through that clasp. Clasp have had those holes in them, so you could adjust the size of the bracelet to the clasp only. No links could be added. Yeah.
It's got a bark. You got a bark finish one here as
You
well.
have the bark finish, exactly. You have the rivet style oyster. You have the jubilees.
Yeah. No,
So
it's
very interesting catalog for somebody who wants vintage pieces. Now these are the Tridor series. Some of them are Tridor, so which most of the people never liked them, and still is not liked by many. However, yeah.
for those that don't know, Rolex did produce day-dates in two-tone, and I put Saad on the hunt a few months ago, and Saad said he found, I think it was like 2 examples of the day-date
Yes, yeah,
two-tone.
very. And you know what, Then I found something very surprising. Actually, that was not even off catalog, because I have one catalog with me, and the two-tone day date is mentioned there. It
So it
is
must
in the
just not have
picture.
been. Yeah, it must just not have been yeah. Just send
Uh,
it to the same WhatsApp so I can pull it up as
I
we
will
go.
definitely do it now. it must not be a good sell. That is why it is a rare now.
That's what I was figuring. Is it just probably just didn't sell very well, and it just
Yeah.
that was the reason.
Now this is, brother, interesting and important page actually. When you start from one side, you will know that they had various, and these are all ladies datejests. But let's suppose they are also for men. But as you know, we had more option for men than ladies. So you can see the terminology. It's called tiger eye, for the eye of the tiger, which we call eye of tiger. It's tiger eye,
Yep,
and
in the middle. Yeah, tiger eye in the middle.
yes.
This is a really nice obsidian dial on the right, though. This is
Yes, yes. This is obsidian Roman dial, exactly. Very nice example of obsidian.
yeah, the
Yes.
pattern was so clean that I thought it was tiger's eye for a second there.
Exactly. Yeah,
Tiger's
they
eye.
look similar.
Yeah, but I was reading it says obsidian, so yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's a really nice obsidian dial. Because we've definitely seen some obsidian dials that can be a little fucked up.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
You got everything. You got onyx dial here. You've got coral dial, lapis dial,
Yes.
diamonds. You've got cornelian dial,
Yeah.
venturine dial. Like you got everything. Like wow, this is cool.
So now this is called a catalog, brother. I mean, now we just find 3, 4. Oh, this is very special. You see the one on the left. Yeah, these are solid gold. The embroidery, the Masoni. Yeah,
Masoni dial.
now we call them Masoni, but if you notice it, they call it champagne decorated brilliants and sapphire dial. So this
That's
is
right.
this is what they call them.
Yeah, I think the name Masoni just came afterwards, where it just looked like the fashion house's sign,
M.
right?
Yeah, the logo. Yes.
We got Mr. Zoso in the chat who says anus oil dial is what he likes.
Yes, that's mostly used for Mr. Zoso's Daytonas. They've used that for him.
Hey, are you considering buying a Lund boat at all?
Yes, and it's because
I love how you mispronounced it too, because you're probably sitting somewhere and you didn't want someone to hear you say it. I was like, because you kept calling it Lund. I'm like, yeah, Lund. I was like, I know this motherfucker is sitting near people, and that's why he's not using the right word.
Yeah, exactly. But that has a very sentimental. The first time we wake up in the morning, that Lund comes in front of us, right? That's
Yeah,
the
of
thing that
course.
comes in front of us. So that is why I like the boat, and that is the reason I like the boat was because of the name. Especially when you're in Pakistan and India, people will take very well care of you.
No, exactly, right? Like I'm gonna write some words in French. I have a lot of friends that come from Pakistan and India, and they come to Canada and they see the French words.
Yeah.
They find it funny. Okay, so I'm gonna type the French word for the day Monday. Okay, this is Monday in French. Lundi.
Okay. Yes. I've seen dates with Lundi. Yeah.
Yeah, but when they show up, they see lundi is warm bread. Okay, this is warm bread. This is how you say warm bread. It's so the word for bread is pain, like blanc pain is pain means bread, and chaud means warm. So this is warm bread.
Yes, this is good word. Pain. Yeah.
Bancho, you got bancho there. The warm bread bancho, and then you've got what else? Oh yeah, hot chocolate. Chocolate chode is hot chocolate in French. Anyways, so just a bit of fun. Obviously, most people won't understand what we're saying, but back to Rolex's side. Back to Rolex's. Yeah, look, like you've got Masoni dial, and a whole like you said, certain more sturdy dials here in honor of Sturdy Danny. We're showing some sturdy dials. Let's look at. I think this was the last photo you sent me, so I'll just switch it off of there so I don't dox anything. I don't know if you were able to.
Yeah. I'll just take out that catalog and show you which watch I was talking about, the two-tone. Just give me 25 seconds.
Cholo, I give you 25 seconds. We'll run a little break for everybody. Here we go.
Mrs. Dr. Charlie Hustle. Wake up. Sweetie, wake up. A marriage is a partnership. If you are a stay-at-home dad Man, I gotta be totally honest with you. How do I put this politely? She should be grateful. I mean, if you're raising the kid, do you reckon we could get me a Rolex? A marriage is a partnership. Well, come on, you should know to a bloody doctor, for God's sake. Your wife is a doctor, give me the flu. Pull your finger out and get your man a Rolex. Two-tone with diamond dial. You're doing the hoovering, the cleaning, the meal prep. You give him crumbs. Gotta get your man a Rolex. Need a Rolex. Is there any chance we could get a Rolex? He should be grateful. Wake up. You got a simp at home. You know how hard it is to find a simp? That ain't easy. I mean, if you're raising the kid, that ain't easy. Pull your finger out. You give him crumbs. Rolex, please. I mean, come on, you're a doctor. You gotta help me get some mechanical watches. You gotta get yourself a Rolex. You need a Rolex. You're hoovering, making gourmet meals for her. When you come home, you get the house ready, you're cleaning. She should be grateful. Look, honey, I've raised our kid. I mean, you can't be the slave at home. I'd be hitting her up for a Rolex. She should be grateful. He's cleaning, he's looking after the little kid. Mrs. Dr. Charlie Hustle, I make gourmet meals for you. And what? You give him crumbs? Wake up! Wake up. Get the stingy bitch to get you a Rolex!
A Rolex. All right, we are back with our man Saad, who was sent on the hunt to find a two-tone Rolex Day-Date, which we weren't sure existed, but our general Saad was able to track one down. So Saad, I think you sent me a couple of photos here, so I'll pull up the first one for us. Share my tab. All right, Saad, I've
Yes.
got the first one. So it's got a tri-door in the
Yes,
middle.
exactly. It has
Hello.
Tridor in the middle. It has the two-tone Day-Date, which looks like a steel two-tone watch, but actually the whole watch was made from 18 karat white gold, and the central links were made from yellow gold with diamonds on them. So this is the two-tone I was talking about, that we also had a two-tone Day-Date, and the reference number can be seen on top.
Yeah, let me just make it a little bit smaller. So we got reference number 18349. I wonder if we look that up. 18349 Rolex. See what that looks like on Google Images. Okay, here we go. Now they're listing this as a tri-door, interestingly enough, on this.
Yes.
Like if I go to any of these sites I'm looking at are listing that watch as not a two-tone, but as a tri-door.
Yeah, there will be only one or two very, as you know, only 5 or 6 were made, or 2 is on record, 2, 3 is on record, but you will eventually find, or if you just Amsterdam watches or some website also had one. Now with this watch, as you know, this is the 16520, the Zenith movement. Now the special thing about this watch, Dan, is we thought the cosmograph floating was some said that it's a mistake. Some the dealers make their own explanations. Now on the catalog you can also see that they deliberately did this actually. You see the cosmograph is floating on all of the models, not just the white, not just the steel one, but on the two-tone and the other one also. So
Yeah, you're
this
right.
is,
On the right, you can also see it on there. But yeah, it's pretty pronounced.
yeah, I sent the third photo. I believe I've sent 3 photos. So
Okay, yeah, let me pull up the
yeah.
third. Let's pull up your third photo.
Yes, here you can see the floating cosmograph. Okay, it's on the 2 models. On the
These ones aren't. These ones are more in line. Yeah.
Yeah, and these are more in line. And one interesting thing, Dan, is that when you see the one which has a leather strap, has the newer style bezel on it. You see the font is changed. It's a different font than the one we have.
Yeah,
When you
you're
see
right.
on
Yeah,
the
you're
left.
right.
Yeah,
You can see it
yeah,
right here, right?
yes.
Different than this on the right. Um, and this is the cool thing about Rolex, right? Is there's so many variations when you really look back in the catalog, like you said, floating cosmograph or Bart Simpson dial or whatever, double, you have cream rail dial in the Explorer 2. You have all different kinds of dials, and that's what makes Rolex collecting very interesting to me, and I know to you as well because you and I constantly talk about vintage Rolex and mainly day dates, but we talk about Daytonas, we talk about Datejust, we talk about all of them that have these unique dials, and to me this is the variation you find is a lot. It was a lot more pronounced, I guess, back in the day than it is
I,
today, right?
yeah,
Like today you
yes,
got what we got the Kermit where we have the Mark 1 and the Mark 2, different color
yes,
bezel, right? Like
yeah,
very pronounced, but in these ones probably less pronounced and still pretty just as significant in my opinion.
yeah. Now these were the initial Zenith Daytonas, and the later ones actually, the very last one actually had a very interesting thing on it. The dials. They were still using the terminology T-Swiss made T10, but actually there was no tritium installed. Instead of that, they were using the Luminova, and it was like the it was Luminova, but they were still using the T-Swiss meat. So that is another collector's item. Uh, very few people know about that. So I also look for these we call quirks, or special things about these watches, which makes them very, very special.
But a little, and we'll see how like even quirky we get. I'm gonna show you a prototype. Okay, so this was a prototype Kermit that was never sold, and this is from Jake's Rolex World or RolexMagazine.com. Jake's actually been on the show with Archie a few months ago. Actually, really really cool guy. Check out RolexMagazine.com. It literally has tons of history of Rolex on it, and he says you can tell it's a prototype because its spring bar holes are on the outside of the lugs. As you can see, basically it's a holes case. As you can see right here, the production model lacks the holes. So this was a prototype version of the Kermit that came out. I was looking up. I like to look up just like Rolex prototypes and just stuff that you don't see. You don't see that often, right? Like above the prototype Submariner. So this is a 1680. This is what the 1680 prototype looked like. So obviously bark finish. Not this is not the oyster bracelet.
That's
You
the
know,
president. That's the
it's
president.
president, right? So
Yeah.
they were making this prototype of the 1680 is the first date sub, okay?
Mm.
And it had and then look, obviously the bezel is completely different than what the date subs, the 1680 looks like. You've got a nipple dial and yeah, just bark finish on a president's bracelet. But this was a Submariner prototype. It says and this was obviously an older auction. And at Christie's shattered a record. This Revenant 1680 sold for $632,000. So definitely a unique piece, but not what you would think a Submariner looks like. Probably even folks would say probably more so towards the Yachtmaster 1 or prototype what the Yachtmaster 1 would be. But this is the prototype of the 1680, which if you guys don't know the 1680, you'll definitely know when I pull up the picture of what's called the Red Submariner, which is what the 1680 ended up becoming. And I'll pull up a Red Submariner for you guys to see. But this is what the 1680 eventually ended up looking like, which is
Okay.
what you would expect a Submariner to look like. Obviously, red text. The bezel is bidirectional, so you could see the surprise I had being a noob when I bought this watch many moons ago. And I bought my 1680 red. I had a Mark IV. I bought it from a reputable vintage dealer, and I'm turning the bezel, assuming that it's unidirectional and it's going both ways. And Rolex didn't change the bezel to unidirectional until I think the late 70s or maybe early 80s. So yeah, but this was a unidirectional. Mine was like I think a 72 model, but it had a bidirectional bezel on it. But this is exactly what it ended up looking like um, for the
It's a beautiful watch, Dan.
yeah,
Beautiful watch.
for the Submariner. It just ended
Yeah.
up looking like that. Now, when we look at more prototypes, I'm going to pull up this one. I've shown this one on the stream before. This you would assume is a prototype for the Daytona, but that's not actually true. This was the prototype for the Yachtmaster. Obviously, Cosmograph. You see Rolex Cosmograph Yachtmaster.
Wow.
Yeah. So even Rolex at the time was they were looking at designing their pieces and thinking of a design that would work. And as the Yachtmaster that we know today, whether it's the Yachtmaster 1 or the Yachtmaster 2, this piece is completely different from what you would think the final product looked like. This if I told somebody what is this a prototype of, and I hid the Yachtmaster at the bottom, most people would say a Daytona.
Yes.
Because it looks like a Daytona, but it actually was the prototype for the Yachtmaster. So really, I don't know, Saad, if this kind of floats your boat, but
I love it. I love them. I love this kind of discussion. I love prototypes more than the watches themselves. The end finished pieces. I love the prototypes because you can find really interesting stuff in them.
I think so. I think that, looking at prototypes, and there's not a ton of them out there. Like if I'm looking at Rolex prototypes, I do a lot of research kind of looking for prototypes, and there's just not a ton. I think Hodinky has some better pictures. Let's find this. Okay, so this is the actual picture of the prototype Submariner in person. So this is a better, like more of a live picture. But yeah, you got Oyster Perpetual Date, Submariner, which is pretty standard, nipple dial, bark finish, President bracelet. This bezel is very unique. You kind of got you got smooth parts of it, and then you got serrated parts of it. Very interesting. 16,800. Patrick B says that's a transitional model. That is a transitional model Submariner, and yeah, look, for everybody who's Submariner fans, like prototypes are always cool to see kind of how the actual pieces evolved. And when we're doing serious watch talk, we always want to make sure it's ASMR. We're showing you guys something a bit different than your usual. Hey, let's check out the new titanium Yachtmaster. Or hey, is the market crashing? Right? We really want to bring you guys the good ASMR watch talk here on the ArchieLuxury channel.
I genuinely tried to do JJ a favor, pulling your ass out 1 week before a certain event. This is so obvious what you're doing.
This is why nobody likes you.
Pulling your ass out. This is all part of the script.
You always got to be the guy with the last word.
You're the big cool guy. Your ass out.
Because you're a baby. You're not that smart. ASMR fucking watch talk. Be my fucking guest.
I tried to do you a favor. I fucked you.
You couldn't just let it fucking go, right? You gotta just keep pushing. Gotta push it. See, you just want to push it because you're a baby. And you made a channel with them trying to troll me.
Your ass out.
That's how much you took it to heart.
Ooh, big boy.
You're not that smart.
What are you talking about?
Tommy probably knows. You're not exactly known for smooth transactions and making friends, are you?
Your ass out. You're triggered so hard. Ass out. It's so funny.
Tommy probably knows. Let's suck OC's cock. Go ahead. You gotta jump from side to side.
Does it hurt?
We got 40 subscribers.
I'm gonna ask Higgins something, and I want him to answer honestly. Can you do that, Higgins?
Look, you're not gonna tell me what I'm gonna reply or not.
You fuck me, you moron. What are you?
That is just another lie.
Yeah, I know. Don't tell anyone but Germans. Real favor.
What are you talking about? This is so obvious what you're doing.
Stop coming on all the channels promoting your little bullshit. Nobody cares. You could go make fun of my watch, which is one of the hottest watches out, but you can make fun of it. Okay. No, I'm not a little child. You're the little child who keeps bringing it up.
You're triggered. You're triggered so hard. It's so funny.
You want to be a dick? Now we'll play hard.
You're the big cool guy.
ASMR fucking watch talk. Be my fucking guest. He's now banned from every channel or I'm out. Now you want to see Diva? Go suck OC's cock.
Now you want to see Diva? We've got a prototype side of the Aquanaut. What do you think of the Aquanaut prototype?
Okay, this reminds me of the Shah of Iran era. Yeah, this is the 70s. What is this?
Oh, this is the prototype of the Aquanaut. It was an auction piece in 2019. Watch apparently sold for 400 grand, something like that. Obviously listed as Patek Philippe prototype on the dial, and yeah, just not a Not a ton of info on it, but this is what a prototype of the Aquanaut looked like. Obviously different than what we think of when we think of an Aquanaut. Maybe I'll zoom this in because it doesn't look that good. Don't zoom it in. Zoom this in for the punters. But yeah, that's the Aquanaut prototype, Saad.
Yeah, I've sent you some photographs if you're interested in few Daytona prototypes.
Yeah, your audio is really low, and I can hear some feedback. All right, Saad, take it away.
Yeah, is it okay now? My audio.
Yeah, you're good now. Yep.
So I've sent you some prototypes, photograph of the Daytona prototypes. So I'll just
Yeah, it's up
align.
on the screen. You're good.
Yeah, you can see the first one. This one, yeah. The it is called the underline dial. So you can see there is a small underline under the cosmograph. So this was the prototype, never released for the market. Uh, Very small thing, but again, it's a prototype.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
here's the thing, right? Just that underline, is probably going to add thousands of dollars to the watch. Just shit like that. If you're into wanting to get into vintage Rolex collecting, it's that kind of discernment you'd look in a dial of, this is what makes it special. This is what makes it different. Obviously, outside of the fact that this is a prototype and not actually released for the public.
Yes.
I'll go to the next photo here for us.
Yeah. Now this one is basically this is actually a Zenith Daytona, but you can see the sub rings are of the newer version, which was the Rolex in-house. So again, this was a prototype. What they were doing was, yeah, on the Zenith, I mean the 16520, you would see the sub dials were very thin and black in color, right?
Yep.
However, on the 116520, they changed it to wider ones and made it gray. So you can see this is a hybrid between two watches. This is actually a Zenith watch, but the dial looks like it is a Daytona, the in-house one, the 116520.
And
So
you said
again,
this.
a prototype.
So this was never available to the public.
No.
I see.
You could have. It was never an option to have this kind of sub rings. Yeah. Now here you can see. This is actually a clear photograph of what we saw in the catalog. Um, we see a floating cosmograph. We call it floating because it looks like it's in the air. However, if you zoom in this dial and if you read the text carefully, you will see the whole text looks like it is in the air. And because of that, this dial used to be called as the porcelain dial. It was not made from porcelain, but it was very, shiny kind of white. It was a lacquered white. Uh, so that is why, you could actually see shadows of the text while zooming in. Properly, or through the loop. So this was called the famous porcelain dial.
I really dig this one. I think this looks really beautiful.
Yeah, this is very, very expensive. Just the dial is maybe $30,000 at least.
Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Now this is again a porcelain dial, but without a cosmograph written on it.
Yeah, there's cosmograph right here.
Yeah, and I mean the floating style, right?
I see.
So yeah, and this is actually four line. This is called a four liner. The usual is the 5-line dials.
Do you
So
prefer the 4-line or the 5-line? I didn't really like the way this is listed. As
yeah,
oyster
and
cosmograph.
yeah, this and another special thing about this dial 10 is as this is a prototype, they did not finalize the color of the Daytona in red. It is still in black. You see the subdial on
Eric
the
L is
6.
giving me some appreciation, Saad. He says this is stunning. I agree.
Thank you, Eric. So you see the Daytona written, the text is in black instead of red.
Red.
So this
yeah.
is again a prototype never released.
Yeah, I noticed that right away with the Daytona text. But right when you said there was no cosmograph, it kind of like zoomed me into the other part of
Yeah,
the dial. All right, here
not
we go.
the floating one. Now this is a prototype, never again released. You have never seen this color, of course. So this was a prototype, never introduced
So this is
for
called
this.
the Peshab dial, right?
Yeah, these are the Peshab dials. Mostly people, when they drink lot of Mountain Dew, then the Peshab color is like this.
Where's
Yeah.
ABC when we need him, right?
I
Like,
don't know. We
where's I
need.
guarantee
Yeah.
he's I guarantee you he's listening. Just listening to our. What time is it over there? It's like what? It's 7. It's almost 7:30 over there. So I'm sure he's listening. Um, all right, so we got this one, and we got one more here.
Now, this very special thing about this watch is the case is not made from white gold. It is made from platinum, 950 platinum. So very rare uh, specifications. You could see the lapis dial, which some of them were lapis, some of them were sodalite. Very difficult to differentiate between them. This looks like a lapis dial. So lapis with 950 platinum head. So this was a very special configuration, never seen before kind of a watch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We do have a super chat, and I need to pull this up. Let me just find the photo here that I was looking for. Oh, and your favorite day of the week, Saad, is right here on this.
Oh yeah, Lundi. Yeah, yes,
Lundy,
yes.
Lundy.
Yes.
All right, so we got a super chat here from our good friend Patrick B. $10, very generous. Thank you so much, Patrick. It says, "Love the watch talk, guys. Could nerd out on it all. Could nerd out on all of it all day. Absolutely. Can Saad talk about the prototype day-date in steel after this? This is the John Goldberger. So I have the Christie's auction here with John Goldberger piece, exceptionally rare stainless steel prototype day-date, and this is an 1803. So this is basically you're getting fucked trying to set this dial.
Yeah, yeah. It's a
Actually
terrible.
pretty cheap, man. 2022 close to 170,000 Swiss francs. I'd say I'm surprised it didn't go for more.
Look, the steel day dates were never again for the mass market. They were mostly made for the technicians so that they could regulate and test the movement on these watches. Because when the day dates were released, it didn't had enough power to change the day and the date simultaneously. So then they had to revise it again and again and again. So this was a complication. It took them a lot of time to perfect. And the steel watches day dates were mostly just for the guys who were working on these watches. Never for selling purposes or for for the end users actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
I was
and it makes sense, Tan. I mean, you cannot hand over a soft metal to a person who is constantly testing a watch. The best way to do is just to have a case made from steel, and the movement is all the same for all kind of day dates. So that is the reason they did it. Yeah.
For me, when you're thinking day date, right? Like you're not. I don't know. Like I just don't gravitate to steel when you're thinking day date, right? Day date has always been precious metal, and yes, there are some examples in steel, but like that was the whole point of the day date was to be this luxury piece. Like if you wanted steel, you get a date just. If you really want a statement watch, a luxury good, you would go with a day date, which was in precious metal. Which I mean, today even they don't do it in steel, right? And there's a reason for that side. Like, do you think it would devalue the day date if they went and just started producing it in steel?
Of course, it's like having a Lamborghini Huracan with a four-cylinder engine. I mean, it changes or ruins the whole concept of uh, that car. So the day dates were considered and still is considered to be the flagship model from Rolex. Although some other models have more complications, Rolex is not making complication a flagship. It is making the image of the watch flagship. So day dates will always be in precious metals: white, yellow, rose, and platinum. Uh, that is the reason I would say, if you really want to find what Rolex is about, just get a day date for yourself in some nice metal of your choice. and you'll really start loving this company. They make it so well. The the dial quality, and the choice of dials you have on these models. On Daytona, how many choice of dials you have? On other models, on Submariner, you have almost nothing there, apart from the Saco and SABR and those other things. So, but yes, of course. Back in the day, they used to do 16618 with lapis with onyx. That was an option back in the day, but day date it's still considered. And I've seen the new reference numbers with Stella dials, which is unbelievable for most of us. Stella was always for watches of the 70s, but you will never find a single photograph of it. The newer reference, by new reference, I mean the 1 series of the day dates with the Stella dial. But the only thing that and the edge you had for with the day dates were you could just special order whatever you liked.
So, Saad, what is your opinion about Rolex really releasing those Stella dials in the Oyster Perpetual?
These are whoever planned this was actually ultra genius marketing. They pushed the worst model in their entire range and made them the best hype piece. And just because analyzing the gray market is a very important, ultra important aspect for any manufacturer. Let's talk about Tan's Lamborghini. I take it as an example because it's a luxury. If if the customers are not happy with the V10, suddenly Lamborghini they have to go back on the drawing board and sit down and revise the car, revise the engine, because the customers drive the company. If the customers are not happy with the engine or with the specifications of the car, they won't be able to sell it.
So you mean if Rolex customers are happy with the entry model, then
Now what they did was, Higgins, what they did was, everybody knew that there is something called styler dials, even though 90% of the people didn't like them. It was weird colors, man. Come on, you're wearing a weird colored watch. But the thing was, people knew that these stellar dial day dates are very expensive than an ordinary day date. So when they released the same formula, they just analyzed what was in the gray market. What people liked in the gray market was the stellar dials. What they did was they just reintroduced the same colors on their most garbage and entry level watches, and they actually became successful by hyping up. And now we talk about Oyster Perpetual. I never heard of Tan talking about Oyster Perpetual ever.
Nah, I
nobody
remember.
wanted an Oyster Perpetual.
Well, in your time, Higgins, when you were selling watches, it was probably the Oyster date back then, right? Like, because you had the date just, which was 36, and then you had the Oyster date, or just the date, which was 34. So Higgins, you used to sell Rolex back when Stella dials were probably, or you could order them.
No, I'm not that old.
No, you didn't sell it you never sold Rolex in the 80s?
No, that was in the 1970s, if I remember correctly.
No, so they had stone dials into the 80s, right? Weren't there?
Of course, again, yeah, they had them.
Yeah, 18238's the stone dials. So I'm assuming, Higgins, you never came across any orders for stone dials.
No, I started in 1985, and there were no Stella dials.
1985 was a peak time for stone dials, Higgins.
Yes.
The market where you were in, people might be going for the regular champagne diamond dials and other things like that. But the 1980s, I don't know, but that was where you could see the maximum amount of variations when it comes to the day date dials.
Yeah, I remember those wood dials and stone dials. We had those. I was talking to Tanzil when I started selling Rolex in 1985. The sports models were not really popular. Everybody wanted a two-tone Datejust. That is what the hype was all about.
Forgive me for saying this, but what from my analysis and from what I know and what is actually truth is that steel watches were for people who could not afford a better piece. Most of them. I mean, of course, some people don't like gold. That is something. That is another aspect. But mostly, Yeah.
I'm not sure if I would agree from a European perspective, but certainly people who gained a certain wealth, they were looking for two tones because they wanted to show off some gold, and it was no problem showing the wealth, and two tone was a good deal because solid gold, all gold, was pretty expensive. So there is a moment of truth in what you're saying, but you were pretty well off when you could afford a Rolex, even in steel.
That's a good question from Thomas Broadbent. Would you consider 1985 to 1993 the golden era of Rolex tied to the yuppie era? I would say so.
Actually, yes. That was the time when people were spending. You could have a lot of, the octopuses were in the 70s and very early 80s. So I mean, they were more expensive than some of the very expensive cars then. I mean, I've some price list of these watches. The 80s Day-Date, some of them were for 35, 45, $50,000. And the steel piece used to cost $350, $400, $500. So there was a huge difference between a gold special order Day-Date Octopussy versus a steel Submariner, or I'll just find out some old advertisement if I can, and you can see the comparison of price between these two men. It was a huge difference back then.
Absolutely. We have the esteemed professor joining us as well. Our viewership actually went up by about 10 people when the professor logged on. So
Thank you so much for joining us, the professor. I actually had a special request to him to join this panel.
we
Thank you
love the
so much.
professor. We love the
Yes,
professor.
We love you. I love you.
Are you
We love
back
Dan.
home, or
We
are you
love
are you still traveling, professor? I know you were in Greece recently.
No, I was in Greece for some time, but I had to go to Monaco, Geneva. I was in Germany, Holland, and
What? You were
back
in
back
Germany and
home.
didn't visit me?
You are at the port, Jonathan.
That is true.
Yeah, I was in Munich.
Okay, that is far away.
Yeah.
So, Professor Jonathan's done a bit of traveling himself, and he's
Ah.
gone to a few manufacturers in Switzerland.
Ah,
Jonathan, why don't we start? We started. You had to go for your dinner, but he did visit a first manufacturer, and it's this manufacturer that we all know about. It is Anderson Genève, and yeah, Jonathan, why don't you talk to us about how the experience was at Anderson Genève?
So, to be honest, I didn't visit Anderson Genève in Geneva. Anderson has now a workshop in the Vallée du Joux, and I visited that. But the main reason for my visit was I was invited at Anderson Genève's enamelist, so the artist who does those cloisonné dials.
Yeah, I had obviously we weren't talking Anderson Genève earlier. I had some of the Benjamin Chi dials, the monochrome actually featured today. So you can tell our good friend Ben that we are spruiking his awesome dials on the ArchieLuxury channel because we are big fans.
Actually, you didn't show the best style of it. You can find that on the Celadon homepage, and it's called Seven Wonders of the World.
Okay, let me pull that up. Yeah, I'm gonna pull that up in a second. We got JBJB, €2.49. Got a message from the professor was coming. I am here, Professor. You've got a fan in our European crowd, JBJB.
Very kind. Thank you. Thank you very much. And he has as a picture avatar, Jonathan.
Yeah, yes.
Right. So it's a double effect. He likes Jonathan, likes me. Wow.
Yeah, don't confuse me with him, please.
Don't confuse him. No. Okay.
Hey, while I was looking for the wonders of the world, I found this Asprey Anderson Genève piece.
Yeah, Asprey has a collaboration with Anderson Genève. So I read a comment that those watches are wannabe world timers. Not that I take it seriously. Just remind people, Anderson Genève is doing those world timers for over 40 years.
Can you link this Wonders of the World in the chat? I can't find it.
So you just Google. I'm on my iPad, so I'm not a big help.
Yeah, go
So
ahead. Go ahead.
you just Google Celadon watches, and then you follow the link to High Horology, and you will find it. Celadon watches with CE.
Yeah. I know.
There you go.
I know how to spell, Jonathan. All right, High Horology. Here we go.
Yeah.
Maison.
Go High Horology, not Maison. No. You're going Maison. That is not High Horology.
High Horology. Here we go. Ooh. Look
Okay.
At these.
Here on the upper right. Yes.
All right, Professor. We got the 7 Wonders of the World. We've got the Taj Mahal. I'm gonna guess. Is this Petra? I'm not sure. Maybe that's Petra.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We've got the Colosseum. We've got the pyramids. We've got the statue of Jesus in Brazil. I think this. Okay. This is the Great Wall of China. I don't know what the one on the left is.
No, that's the pyramids.
If you want to keep your camera on, that's cool. I can add you without the camera if you want. Kelsowitz, your call.
The one on the
What's
left
up,
is.
boys?
What's up, Kelsowitz?
How you doing?
Good, man. Good. I'm excited to see you in a few weeks.
Yes, dude. It's gonna be fun. I gotta show you a watch real quick. I'm gonna turn my
All
camera
right. All right. I'll put you full screen.
on. Okay, you guys are looking at world timers, so. How do I flip this around?
You're showing us the catalog. I know you're showing us the catalog.
Yes. No, this is a friend's watch, right? Let's see my camera. Okay, I'll just do it front ways. So here we go.
I hope that you're not showing us.
This is the ladies' one, right?
Yes,
Ladies.
this is the ladies 7130, and I wish I could turn my camera around.
Now, Keslowitz, one quick question before you start the conversation. Can men wear this? I personally like this watch.
Well, I think it's a 36 mil, 7130, and it's got the two. You know, it's crazy. It's got the diamonds on
Oh,
the
beautiful! Love it.
buckle.
Love it.
And
I
then
love diamonds on buckle.
movement. Anyway, it's pretty cool, right? I'm at a friend's house.
Very
She
cool.
just came back.
Come
from
on,
a
throw it
trip.
on the wrist,
She's wearing
Kelsowitz.
it. I'm
Show
like,
us.
dude,
Throw it on the wrist. Show it to us. Show it to us.
Show us how it looks,
it's
man.
probably
Can
better
we
on
see the
camera.
lady?
Emily, can you
Forget
put
the
it on
watch.
your wrist?
Forget the watch. Let's see the lady.
She doesn't want to
Keslowitz.
show herself.
That's cool. Just
They
show it
want
on
to
your
see it
Ah,
on
no.
your wrist.
Okay.
It's
No
gonna
problem.
look better on your wrist.
Probably she's as beautiful as the watch.
Oh, for sure.
More beautiful than the watch.
She's definitely.
So Tanzil, you know that Jamie Opulence has the same watch for his wife.
Oh, look at
Oh, does
beautiful
he?
watch.
Beautiful piece. Big
Yes.
congrats to your friend.
They love
Kelsowitz.
it.
Oh, very nice.
Looks amazing.
Congratulations.
So there you go. There's a little
Oh, very
Congratulations.
nice.
wild for you.
And good job on the nails. Very nice.
Yeah, those are some
Yeah,
expensive
tell all the boys are
manicure.
complimenting everything here for her.
Yes, we can do nail advertisement too.
Anyway, it's pretty beautiful, isn't it?
I
Can you
love
can
it.
you,
I
can you
wish I
just
could
put
fix
it
the
on your
camera.
wrist,
Sorry
please?
about that.
Keslowitz,
Very nice.
can you put on your wrist? Let's see how it looks on a man's wrist.
Dude, I'm
And
slumming it. I got the fucking Explorer one
okay.
going here.
Oh, very nice.
Oh,
Very
I
nice.
don't know
You're
if
a
her
stylish
strap
man.
would, I don't know if her strap would fit my wrist here.
No, just put it on. Just we want to see how it looks.
I gotta figure out the fucking camera from my phone here.
We'll take him off solo layout.
So, and then Van Cleef and Arpels and Graf and few other brands, they also do these things. You know, the enamel dials and
They do. This is a friend of Jonathan's who Benjamin Chi who made his world timer. This is his work. You know, hopefully, I know he's been on John's show, and you know I'm a big fan of his dials, so I know John's gonna probably send him the link and
Yeah,
say,
and
hey,
it's
we're
not
talking
only
about it.
enamel. This is cloisonné. So let's keep that in mind.
the thing is, the dial is beautiful. The case isn't.
oh, very nice.
Very beautiful. I love these kinds of
I
watches.
love the
Your friend,
buckle. The
your
buckle is
friend
just
has
amazing.
excellent taste.
What a beautiful buckle, man!
Isn't
I
that
want
crazy?
diamonds on buckles. Beautiful. It's beautiful. Ultra beautiful.
I know you guys would love this. We're just sitting here for lunch. I'm like, what are you wearing?
Come on, put it on the wrist. Just don't even have to close the glass. Just put it on the
Yeah,
wrist.
Yeah.
We gotta see what it looks like, man. You said it's what,
Isn't this
37?
37?
Is your lady friend married?
Yes.
Almost.
Almost or no? If it's almost, no problem.
So the strap doesn't fit me, but you can see it on the
Oh,
wrist.
it's very
Okay,
nice,
yeah,
man.
there you go. It's not
Forget
bad.
Very nice.
And it's a 7¼ wrist, so I mean it works.
It works,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
It works. Beautiful piece, man.
No, very
What a-
nice, very nice.
Only on the ArchieLuxury show will we show lady size watches.
This
on
is a
men's
rich
wrist.
man's watch, Kaslowitz. This is
I
a
mean,
proper man's watch.
I think you could pull it off.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah, very nice.
Beautiful.
Awesome.
Thank
awesome.
you for
Beautiful.
showing us.
Thank you, Keslowitz. That's awesome.
Anyway,
Yeah, thank you.
All right, guys, have a good time. We're gonna get back to lunch here.
See you,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. We come and see you with your friend.
All right, we'll talk. Take care.
Mr.
Take
Higgins,
care.
are we doing a show in 20-some minutes on your channel? Is that what's happening?
No,
I've got a
no,
notification.
That's
Well,
going
I
to
got a
be
notification.
that's going to be next week. I'm going to delay that.
Next week. Okay, cool. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I got a notification saying we're doing Swiss and John, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
Cool.
You're
Well, we
keeping
are
me
doing
busy.
Swiss and
Come
John
on.
right now. Yeah, we're doing Swiss and John right now.
Yeah,
Seven
kinda.
Wonders of the World, guys. This is Jonathan's favorite dial. I prefer this one here, the Temple of Heaven. Looks really nice.
Tanzil, how
Mhm.
much is this watch? For example.
I don't know, John. It doesn't say anything.
So the price, it depends a little bit on the movement because he has the new movement. With the new movement is 30,000. With the older movement, which is a little bit simpler, then it's 15,000.
Yeah, I wonder if the Starry Night had the older movement, right?
Yes, that is the older movement.
That's right.
So the case is unchanged, and
nice.
you can have that Temple of Heaven with the old movement, and then it's 14.9.
This case reminds me of Seiko's. Those Seiko's, they have the same style of cases.
If you look that from the side profile, you will see that it's that it's very different to Seiko.
Okay.
Maybe Tan can cater
This
us with
is
a side profile.
Chinese.
Seiko, yeah.
Yeah, that is a Chinese Mandarin duck. First of all, at first I thought it's a pig, but I found out it's a duck, and the meaning of this duck is those Mandarin ducks apparently mate only once, so they stay faithful to their partners, and that is the deeper meaning behind the use of the Mandarin duck.
This is the closest I could get. This is the cushion case of the 6105 8000. Not the Willard. The Willard's a different one. But yeah, this is the one that came to mind when I was thinking. But it's still, this is a little bit more oval on this one. But
Yeah, but he's got he
like
took inspiration. Let's say it like that.
Yeah, maybe like a turtle case. I'm not sure, but yeah. And then you got this one, the two swallows. They call it the duo swallows.
So what's the brand name? Chalcedon?
I love that swallow dial.
Is it Celadon? Celadon? I don't know.
Is shipping free on $500+ of shopping?
We're not buying from Alibaba there, man.
Okay.
What? But yeah, look, it's these pieces are really cool, and Monochrome has an article on them today. So let Benjamin know that we are
Yes,
fans.
and you know, when I first called Benjamin, he was telling me about those watches, and I didn't carefully listen. So Ben is Chinese heritage. He's living in Singapore, but he's Chinese heritage, and one of his goals with those Celadon watches was he was telling me, you know, when we are talking about Chinese watches, we're talking cheap, high numbers. And he told me, I know so many artisans who are doing this kind of art for decades, and one of his missions is to make those Chinese artisans shine. So those watches are made in China, but he's using the finest Chinese artisans to create those watches, and I think you can really tell.
This is a good question from Rodent Mutation. He's asking, if you were to buy one of these, where can they be serviced?
I can't tell you because those watches are relatively new, but they are made by an ACHI member. So I guess he has a contact in Switzerland. But that is a very important question, and I'm going to ask Ben next time he's on the show. Very good question.
Very cool. I just got to step away for a few minutes, Jonathan. If you don't mind, if you wanted to cover Simon Brett and maybe Acrivia, while I just grab a few things, I'll be like 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, talk about Rashepi now.
No, like I'll be back. I'll do the 1 minute, but I'll be back. I want to keep the stream going. We got 40 people.
Not a
right?
problem. Take your time.
Yeah, I'll just go on mute and then I'll be back
Relax.
in 5 minutes, 10, 15. All right.
Okay. So I have no control over the pictures, but yeah, I had the privilege to speak with Simon Brett yesterday. My friend Thomas Burnett is at a watch show at the moment, and Simon Brett is one of the exhibitors there. And yeah, it was a nice conversation. I told him a little bit about what I'm collecting, and I pushed him slightly because I'm on the waiting list for this particular watch that is on the screen.
So Professor, this
very
is
nice.
the time we have Higgins with us one-on-one, so we can have good discussion with him, watch related, anything you really want. So
Jonathan, how much is this watch?
I think the updated price is now 65,000 Swiss francs plus tax. And in my opinion, this is the watch of the year.
Yeah. How much is tax? The 7.2%?
Well, if you're in Switzerland, it's 7.2. In Germany, it's 19%. In France, it's 21. Yeah.
How much is it in France? Sorry?
21%.
Oh, the French is. Okay. Okay.
But in my opinion, what you see here in high horology is just mind blowing. And in my opinion, this watch should be in the 100,000.
Yeah.
One question that not question, but one statement that Mr. El Professor said was something very important, and Higgins, I would like you to comment on that also. We all know it's a reality of life. We cannot change that. The world is going through tough times economically, right? So what will happen to these small independent watch brands if Rolex is a strong brand? Let's not compare Rolex all the time, but let's suppose even if Rolex prices in the gray market is going down, that means something is really not right. Either the watch market, people have stopped interest in buying watches, it is not considered to be investment anymore, or maybe there is a proper recession going on, whatever the thing is. What is going to happen to these small in-house, where there is a room, 3-4 rooms house, where they start making these very high detailed, very appreciated, and I really like when you appreciate quality, Higgins, because Germans are known for quality. If you talk about Germany, then there is a word called quality. It comes to your mind, everybody's mind. So what is going to? Some of them are going to obviously file for bankruptcy.
So that is a very interesting question, and it's not the first time that you're asking the question, and particularly the professor. So I was sitting down at Acrivia with Recep Recepi's wife, and I asked her exactly that question. What do you say to customers who are now investing in one of your watches, and who are asking, so when I'm out for a service, how do I know that Recep Recepi is not has not stopped the business and going out on a yacht and enjoys his wealth, or maybe he has other things to do, or he's simply not approachable? How do you make sure that your clients from today are not left alone in the next couple of years? And we had a longer discussion about that. First of all, she pointed out that Recep is quite young. Recep started with 15 with watchmaking apprenticeship at Patek Philippe, and he has many plans in terms of horology. So he didn't reach the peak. She told us that he's working on inventions when it comes to horology, and so he will be there for a long time. I saw in the workshop, by the way, 8 watchmakers, and each watchmaker is making their own complete watch. So the knowledge how to make those watches, to decorate, to assemble, how to work with those spare parts is there, even if Recep Recepi dies tomorrow. So that gives me hope that many of those brands survive. Now, Recep's wife also told me that at the moment we are seeing an uprise of many independent watchmakers who are doing their marketing on Instagram and who are not more than an Instagram company. So I guess that in the next couple of years we will see some of those small companies die. So you pick and choose your partner or the company where you're buying your watch very carefully. That is my advice. Is that a response to your question, or did I
Of course,
avoid it?
yes, it is. It is. But the thing is, recession is going to change a lot. It's like, the small guys, you have seen they got decimated in the COVID. The small guys, the flippers, which we don't even call, which didn't have proper brick and mortar kind of shops. They were just getting watches from the
Yeah,
AD
but
and
Saad,
selling. Yeah.
Saad, nobody who is interested in a Simon Brett watch or a Recep Recepi is really suffering when the market is going down. And they're not interested in what Rolex does on the gray market. Those are special collectors, and every downturn of the market brings a new group of wealthy people. So there are always winners of a crisis, and those are the people who are interested in those high-end watches.
Now, your input, Mr. Professor, it's a great point that he has discussed.
Yeah, look, the watch industry is not impacted by the independents. I mean, unfortunately or fortunately, everybody looks at the very top guys, so the top 5, right? And what impacts them is really what happens to the world economy. So the world economy impacts the top 5 or top 6. The independents, they have an exclusive market. And I think this is the argument that Jonathan is making, that if you go into the independents, you're either an aficionado and you don't really care, and or you have a lot of money. So people who have a lot of money are not impacted, Saad, by recessions. The multi-millionaires, they still have millions. Yes, they might
Yeah.
have gone down by 10-20%, but they still have 80 million, 100 million, and they have the disposable income to buy a watch for 50, 60, 100,000. But for the upper middle class, the aspiring upper middle class, 80,000 is a lot of money, right? So yeah, I think that's if
So,
if that
Professor,
is the market they're looking for, right?
Yeah, but
That's
the
fine.
aspiring middle class, forgive me, Professor, the aspiring middle class doesn't buy 100,000 euro watches. They're
No, they
looking for
buy
a Rolex.
Rolex. Yeah, they buy Rolex. Yes. But that's exactly the point. Exactly.
But
And
in my
looking at
opinion,
the dials, Jonathan, of this brand, Anderson Genève,
yeah,
a lot of the dials are focusing towards the Asian market, the China
yes,
market, which is, the right approach. Even if China is not growing as fast as before, you look at the last 25 years, and China's average GDP growth was around, on an annual basis, 9%. Now they're growing by 5, but they still have so many millionaires and
yes,
billionaires that is quite astounding, right? So this is a very good market to be gearing and for somebody like Anderson Genève to be looking at, or Benjamin Chi for that matter.
totally, yes. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
So Saad, hello, you're there?
Yes, I'm here. I was just looking at Rolex website to find out what's the retail on the Submariner all gold. You guys know it?
Yeah, it should be $40K,
Yeah,
right? 40, 41,
I think it's
42.
close to 40,000 US dollars. Yeah.
Yeah,
You think
depend.
it's a what kind of watch is it for buying? Is it a good watch? Does it lose money? What kind of? Let's also talk about investment point of view also.
If you are afraid of losing wealth, and
Yeah,
if you think investing in a solid gold Submariner is a good idea, you're out of your mind.
excellent, excellent.
But you
Don't you
know,
agree?
yes, I agree, Jonathan, I agree. But what happened, and I think this is something that SAD has indicated, as well as others in this platform, is that what happened over the last 3 years is that our views got distorted. You know, we thought, I say we, a lot of people, we thought that this is the reality and watches are an investment, and there was a huge infusion of liquidity and appetite, and that squeezed supply. Demand went skyrocketing, and everything went crazy. You know, as you said quite correctly, the Oyster Perpetual was the shittiest of the watches, and suddenly it became the most coveted piece of Rolex, watch, especially with these Kukuruku Mickey Mouse
Yeah, only Rolex can do
dials.
such a stunt.
Exactly, exactly. Which goes to the point earlier that Jonathan Sad and I were discussing that Rolex has this ability not to care a lot. I'm saying not in a frivolous way or an arrogant way that Rolex, decides to do what it wants and they always win. They have been in the market, as you know, for quite long. So, but they are able to sustain and weather these kind of downturns because they have seen it and they have these supreme positions in different markets.
So Higgins, my question for you is totally unusual to your personality because although we joke from time to time that you sell watches or things like that, but actually it's totally the opposite. You are a true watch guy. You actually buy very weird kind of watches. You don't care about the money. You whatever you like, you buy them. Even though you, again, I tell you that you are from Germany. Germans are very conscious when it comes to quality. So this Anderson Geneve watch that you have must be something very special. That because you are the guy whose second watch is Lange und Söhne, and a person who has seen Lange watches all his life and is buying something which is totally out of line for most of us is it must be something very special. But my question from you is, please don't mind it, but if somebody asks you this question, that what are the top 3 investment Rolex pieces apart from the steel ones, w- what reply will be your reply to them?
Saad, I would love to reply to that question, but I'm
I know
100% sure I'm the wrong person to ask.
I know that is why I give you a proper explanation, but still, let's see, there must be some things that that does not lose value. Let's take it that way.
Okay.
Let's not talk about investment.
Okay. Well, I hate to give investment value because we had those discussions with 2 top brands. I also had that discussion with Simon Brett and with Recep Recep's wife, and I can tell you that that the people they hate the most are people who buy watches as investments, who are looking for a return for their investment, who are looking to make money out of the watches that they get. So if I was a betting man, I would bet on the Sprite if I could get it at retail or slightly above, because in my opinion that is such an odd watch for Rolex that I'm pretty sure they will discontinue it very soon. So that would be my first choice. My second choice would be I would be trying to get a GMT ceramic black in mint condition and put it away, because I don't understand why people prefer those multicolor bezel colors over that black, which is just simple and beautiful. And I can see when the economy is going down, those fancy watches are getting a little bit out of style, and everybody's looking for a kind of stealth wealth. So those are two watches that I personally would invest if I would be an investor.
Professor, your view on this?
Professor, your view. Okay, I don't know how different it will be, but yeah, the left-handed one seems to be, nice and probably good value, whatever that means. I don't know when they will discontinue. I mean,
But it is an unusual piece. Higgins is actually
yeah,
right. It is unusual. It will be on Phillips auction once it got after 5 years, 6 years. We will look at this piece and
Yeah,
we'll say, well,
people,
Rolex did this.
the moment Rolex discontinues its particular watch, people will go crazy after it, and
yeah.
the moment will come when Rolex discontinues that watch.
So sad. Yes, let's start with the conventional pieces that mortals can purchase.
Okay.
Yes, I agree with Higgins that the Sprite is probably the one from the collection mortals can attain. The black on black, yeah, I have mixed feelings. Beautiful watch, don't doubt me. Very nice, but at some point they said it will be collectible piece. It's not going anywhere, but I agree on the Sprite. I agree on the Sprite. And then there is the category of you need to be a superhuman and godlike person to attain the watches. So for the mortals, probably Sprite is the one, and maybe some others that are missing. And in the chat, people can say what they want. They can have their own selection. But for the immortals, for those who are in the unique category, I think the ones that we have seen this year are fantastic collectible watches. The Puzzle 36 millimeter day-dates, which you and I will not see in its physical form. We will see it in pictures, some basketball player, some actor, the same goes for the Le Mans. It will not be for the mortals, it will be for the immortals. I know some people are aspiring to get it. Unfortunately, they will not get it, and it will be very quickly discontinued. I mean, I think it's going to end very soon. So that watch as well, and then probably the off catalog ones that we never see, and so forth. So it's the immortal category versus the mortal category. Maybe the meteorite ones that the mortals see could be so-called collectibles. I don't buy this thing that the Pepsi, and I agree with that with Jonathan, that these are collectibles. I mean, they're still producing them in large numbers, even if there is this stupid rumor that they're going to discontinue it. They're not going to discontinue it. And all these things about the bezel having issues, this is part of the marketing story, the myth. The creation of the myth is something that all nation states and corporates like to have, especially in the scarcity, marketing scarcity thing, right? So, yeah, unfortunately, I cannot give you specifics, but beyond that, collectible could be also, for the immortals, the celebration. Yeah, although we have seen pieces here and there, that could be a collectible. Yeah. I think that's fair.
Anything which is off catalog is um automatically, most of the time, not always, but 99% of the time, a collector's an investment piece. Anything which is off catalog, because the reason is there is less supply, and of course there will be more demand.
Yeah,
The sta-
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I think one of the punters is right as well. I mean, in the immortal category, we can include a watch that you mentioned earlier, Saad, the Green Day-Date. That's, I think, very difficult to attain. Not impossible, but difficult. I mean, it's not an easy watch. And the platinum with the meteorite dial, I think you need to be an immortal, maybe godlike figure for you to get one, especially with the fluted bezel, difficult stuff. But it's okay, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if, wear the watch and have it, and whatever God gives you, you should be happy and enjoy the watch's life is very short, and whatever you select and pick, do it with pleasure.
Yes. So, Patel Philip, one quick thing that I want to just tell you, at a glance, if you want to know whether the watch is platinum or a white gold, if both of them are equipped with diamond bezels, I'm talking about the 5 digit, the old watches,
Mhm.
the 4 digit, the 5 digits. Just look at the baguettes on 6 and 9. If the baguettes are longer than usual, then it is the platinum watch. If it is normal size, like the white, like the rose gold, like the yellow gold, the only way you will find this is when you compare both of them side by side. Whenever you have time to study them, you will then realize immediately what's the difference between a platinum day date and a white gold. This is the easiest, uh, at a glance, differentiation you can do between a platinum and a white gold. Second is, of course, looking at the crown. If there is one mark on it, then that is a platinum. And then you go into the detail. You flip the watch. You see if there is 950 and PT stamp on it, then it's a platinum. If it has 750 stamp on it, then it is a white gold. So that is another thing. But if somebody is wearing the watch and you just see it, this is the easiest way. Now, coming back to the Rolex advertisement, at that time you can see, even in this ad they had, and this is ad of the 1980s, 1986, June 30, 1986 to be exact. Now, we need to consider two things here. One is they were offering actually 2 years of interest pay option. I mean, at that time there was no ego of the company itself. It was you who had the ego, number one. Number two, I just brought this advertisement for you to compare the price difference between a all steel sports watch versus a two-tone watch versus a president day date without any diamonds on it. So you see here, it's written on the A, it is 18 karat gold president. It is for 8850, right? And the B is a two-tone watch, which is for 2675 United States dollars. Now now understand the prices on these watches. Now, if you go down, you will see the steel pieces, which is for now a very hot item. You see, it's for 1325, the Submariner date, and the GMT Master 2 is slightly more expensive by $25, which is 1350. So this was, and one thing we need to understand is the brand positioning, the market positioning by the brand themselves. So if a steel watch you're getting more expensive than the gold watch, there is something wrong with your head. So the brand themselves does not consider that watch to be more expensive. And how the hell are you buying that uh, more expensive than the gold watch?
Mr. Higgins, any response? You were peddling watches during this time. Was there more of a drive for the two tone, like you said, or
For Mr. Higgins, I had that previous advertisement, the Porsche 911
Yeah, he
versus.
wasn't on. He wasn't on. Let me put it back here. I'll put it back.
Yeah, yeah. He immediately when he saw the ad, he had to leave.
For
So
$135, Higgins, you could have had a
yeah,
911
for another $135, if you add $135 to the price of this watch, then you could get the whole Porsche 911. So this is how expensive these day dates were. What this was my point to prove.
Now, I wish that was the case today for
Yeah.
$135 more than the price of a Day-Date. You can buy a Porsche, but I don't think, Higgins, I don't think that's possible in today's economy, no?
Your explanation, please, Higgins.
I genuinely tried to do JJ a favor, pulling your ass out 1 week before a certain event. This is so obvious what you're doing.
This is why nobody likes you.
Pulling your ass out. This is all part of the script.
You always got to be the guy with the last word.
You're the big cool guy. Your ass out.
Because you're a baby. You're not that smart. ASMR fucking watch talk. Be my fucking guest.
I tried to do you a favor. I fucked you.
You couldn't just let it fucking go, right? You gotta just keep pushing. Gotta push it. See, you just want to push it because you're a baby. And you made a channel with them trying to troll me.
Your ass out.
That's how much you took it to heart.
Ooh, big boy.
You're not that smart.
What are you talking about?
Tommy probably knows. You're not exactly known for smooth transactions and making friends, are you?
Your ass out. You triggered so hard. Ass out. It's so funny.
Tommy probably knows. Let's suck OC's cock. Go ahead. You gotta jump from side to side.
Does it hurt?
We got 40 subscribers.
I'm going to ask Higgins something, and I want him to answer honestly. Can you do that, Higgins?
Look, you're not gonna tell me what I'm gonna reply or not.
You fuck me, you moron. What are you?
That is just another lie.
Yeah, I know. Don't tell anyone but Germans. Real favor.
What are you talking about? This is so obvious what you're doing.
Stop coming on all the channels promoting your little bullshit. Nobody cares. You could go make fun of my watch, which is one of the hottest watches out, but you can make fun of it. Okay. No, I'm not a little child. You're the little child who keeps bringing it up.
You're triggered. You're triggered so hard. It's so funny.
You want to be a dick? Now we'll play hard.
You're the big cool guy.
ASMR fucking watch talk. Be my fucking guest. He's now banned from every channel or I'm out. Now you want to see Diva? Go suck OC's cock.
Yes, I totally forgot about the discount factor that Honorable Thomas just mentioned. And number two, let's stand up wherever we are to welcome, or if somebody is lying, they can sit just to welcome the very honorable and VIP person, Mr. Mark Goldberg.
Yes, we got Mark Goldberg in the chat. Mark, if you want to hop on, the link is pinned. We're talking Rolex, your favorite topic. And I have a very special Rolex on the screen here, Saad, a very famous one.
Yes. Now, this watch is a very special watch just because of one reason, that is the dial. The dial is made again from a solid 18 karat gold. As I mentioned before and showed you some photographs, there was actually a 0750 stamping on it, right? So that could indicate that the watch was made from 18 karat gold. And from Rolex catalog, this dial was called the decorative ruby and diamond set dial, but we call it a Missoni dial.
Yep, that's right. The Messiah. Higgins, are
Can you
back?
guys hear me now?
Yeah, you're
Yes,
okay.
yes.
No, I'm back.
You're back. You're back. You're back. All right. We got the first model Day-Date from 1956.
Yeah, this was actually, I was mentioning before that the initial models had severe problems of no power in not enough power in the main spring. So what happened was, at the stroke of the midnight, when there was time to change the day and the date wheels, both of them simultaneously, it didn't had enough power, so the watch would stop.
There's a serious watch question for you here in the chat. I pulled it up.
Is Mark fat enough to wear a Day-Date 40? No, he's not fat. He's actually athletic enough to wear a Day-Date 40. He doesn't have fat, he has muscles.
It's a good response. It speaks volumes about you, Saad, in 26 languages.
Exactly. Now we have to beg and get on our knees in order to get another language other than English. But back in the day, sir, you need Arabic. Oh, please come on, please sit on the chair. Bring some nice champagnes for Monsieur, and you got it.
We had a selection of dials for Datejust and Day-Dates that we could swap out. And in fact, for example, when somebody wanted a certain watch, we exchanged entire movements with the dials to make it fit. So smooth and fluted bezel. Nobody gave a shit about matching numbers from the case with matching numbers of the
No. There
movement.
was nothing matching, man. Even Rolex back then, I can give you examples. There was a huge mismatch. By the way, this proves Dan's point that the 5-digit reference numbers from the 70s and of course that went till the 80s, the 18038 had a stellar dial.
Yeah, look, Higgins has been defeated by me so many times. Like black polishing, Geneva seal on Moser, stone dials in the 80s. Like it just.
And his watch getting listed as a lady's watch.
Thomas Broadbent's asking if there was any. When he means Pakistani and Nepali Hindi, maybe meaning like Urdu or Hindi dials.
No, I don't know about if they say 26 language. I don't know what other language they do, but I haven't seen it other than Arabic. Yeah.
Let's keep going down the list here, boys. There's a few decent watches. The Missoni dial again. The Octopussy, Jonathan. We have the Higgins on, the 007 man himself, and we got the Octopussy. Higgins, tell me you love the Octopussy. You have to love the Octopussy. He doesn't like it.
Now, quickly, just to explain this to the Honorable Higgins.
No, those diamonds look like. I don't like it visually because those diamonds look like kind of rivets, which makes it a little bit brutally looking.
In real
I
life,
appreciate the work.
It looks okay in real life. Yeah, you appreciate. We all appreciate the work. Aesthetically, it's not pleasing at all. But again, it's an interesting piece. Now, why is it called the 1804? Because it was made from platinum. The 1803 actually was rose gold, white gold, and yellow gold. All three of the metals share the same reference number, whereas the only difference was with the platinum, which was the 1804.
So my question is that
and
this is a Stella dial though, right? Like
yes.
Did all of the Octopussies come in Stella or stone dials, or were there
No,
regular dials?
They
There was regular dials as well, right?
Regular dials, exactly. Regular dials, but most of them were ordered with Stella dials. Why not? If you really want to have an S class, then why not go for the S65 VMG?
Yeah, but I think all the Octopussies had a kind of diamond dial because
Any
no one
stupid
wanted
person
to
will
stand
be
it.
having a diamond outside and nothing inside. So it
Yeah,
looked
but for
totally
a movie that was based in India,
So I remember, and I've talked about that before. I remember we had a client who wanted an Octopussy, and Rolex gave us 2 of them on consignment. So we didn't have to pay for them. I think we sold one, so we paid for one, and the other one has been returned. I doubt that Rolex would do such a favor today, but back in the day, they supplied us with 2 Octopussies on consignment.
Higgins, how would you sell one? I walk into your store, and you have one of the, you've sold one, you want to sell another because you're going to get a massive commission. How do you sell a customer on the Octopussy if they were walking into your store?
So you mean the second one to the same client, or
No, different
profile
client,
the client?
Yeah, different client. Any client walks in, we're in the 80s, you know, in the decade of opulence.
So Tan, you have to remember the 1980s. This was probably the most expensive watch that you could get. There was no Richard Mille. There was no F.P. Journe. There were not many complicated watches out there. So the most expensive watch was a Rolex. So you were looking for a client who loved big diamonds and just wanted to have the most expensive, the best one that you had in the store. End of story.
Okay, now which punter in the Archie verse would that describe? Who would be your lead that you have this? Which punter in the Archie verse would you reach out to? Would it be Saad, Professor, me? Who would it be?
I would say Saad with money.
Saad money wise?
No, Saad with
Yeah,
money, with more money than
Saad
he
with money.
owns.
Yeah. If I have money, then this suits me. This is what he means.
I don't know. You can't see a Dodger wearing this or a Jamie Opulence wearing this or
No.
No, they are very soft. This needs a very naughty personality. I mean,
Yes.
you need to be a hard person, thick-skinned guy to wear something like.
This is for an owner of a bordello or for an internet porn company.
Danny would wear this. Surdy Danny.
Yeah, 30 Danny after doing some activity. Yeah, you can enjoy the nighttime with this watch in a pub.
You know, Tan, the guy who bought the most expensive watches back then, they were the owners in the red light district. Those were the guys who were buying those super expensive Rolex watches.
Sex sells, baby. Sex sells.
Yeah, definitely.
Professor, any comment on this?
What can I say? What watch, Saad, should I wear then?
Go for
what does a professor wear?
Clean platinum day-date. Just get a platinum day-date, and you're all set. No diamonds on it.
And the good thing with the platinum day-date is the band doesn't wear out that easy.
No, now on all of the day-dates, the band does not wear off because of the ceramic pins. You know that more than me. Come on.
No meteorite dial, Saad?
I mean, the dial is something else. I'm talking about the base watch. The base watch should be a platinum material, made from platinum material.
Okay. No yellow gold?
Because you guys are shy. I don't know the problem with you people. You are shy guys. You cannot wear gold. You cannot take rubies. You cannot enjoy sapphires. Beautiful.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Sad. You imagine a professor, not necessarily myself, but a professor going at university with a yellow gold day-date.
Listen, you go to university, do your work. Once you come to your house, then wear that watch. If you're not,
I wear the watch.
Yes, just wear the watch when you're comfortable. But the problem is, why are you guys scared of gem set? I mean, I like the 5270 with that bezel on it, whatever the reference number is, with the ruby bezel, with the emerald bezel. If I really have money, I will go for the real Patex, which I think is the one with gem set stuff.
Yeah, but Saad, I think this is a cultural thing here in the Western culture.
Never bring
don't
culture
wear
in our discussion. So what you are saying is totally irrelevant. Don't bring culture here now.
No, Saad, let me ask.
In my culture, gold is not allowed. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but diamonds are, so you can wear diamonds, Saad. You'll be fine.
Yeah, hanging diamonds on my
hanging diamonds.
But let me ask you, Saad, this is an interesting question. In your culture, for instance, yourself, you wear the yellow gold day-date and so forth. And other members, perhaps, of your family, I'm not sure.
Yes.
How is this perceived in a cultural setting that doesn't accept or condone?
Who cares? Who does have time for all this? Everybody has their own problems in life. Will they come to Saad and they just tell us, and there will be protests in Pakistan that this guy is wearing a gold watch? Do they have time for this?
Okay. Because let me say, I mean, for instance, in certain settings in the West, let me use the example of Germany, and Jonathan is here to correct me.
You cannot use brown ink.
Yeah, I mean,
Kyle Higgins.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Saad.
Yeah, no, I mean the wealthy Jonathan, the very wealthy German elite, right? The business elite. I don't see them wearing yellow gold day dates. I mean, the ladies might wear a yellow gold Daytona, right?
Yeah.
But I've never seen. Maybe I haven't seen enough. But correct me again. I do see them wearing common IWCs, more rare you see Patek, Lange, but you don't see, you know, the yellow element of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
huh?
Yeah, among very rich people here, the yellow day-date is considered to be quite vulgar. Keep in mind, the Lange one was the same price, just like a day-date with a gold bracelet, and many of the rich clients moved over because finally they had an alternative.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
So we got here the pink gold Eric Clapton day-date, Saad.
Yes. Again, this is not a rare piece in any way. If somebody calls this a rare piece, he's a stupid guy. The only difference, and actually, the reference should be 11820205 because the zero indicates that it has a polished bezel or domed bezel or a round bezel, whatever you guys call it. I don't even know the name of these bezels, by the
Smooth
way.
bezel, smooth
I
bezel.
call it domed. You know, the old terminology was dome bezel, and it has stuck to my mind. I cannot change it to smooth bezel. So, but there is a problem. The problem is this is not the ever gold, ever rose. This is the rose gold, unless it has a rehot, which has one. No, the paper states that it is old reference number. Now the problem with these watches was that as this was not the ever rose had blending of platinum instead of silver, so this could actually fade to yellow.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good. It's
That
like when you
wouldn't
have
be
those
good.
rhodium plated watches, and then
Exactly,
you get a
exactly,
chip in it
exactly.
or something like that. You can see the yellow, the milky yellow underneath. Yeah,
Yeah,
not.
so they formulated and changed it and the terminology to ever rose, so it's not going to get damaged through chlorine or salt or sweat or anything like that. This is a ruby light, isn't it?
Ruby light with a bark. You
Oh,
got
oh
bark.
yes, yeah,
Wow. You
yeah.
got bark and you got ruby
Now
light.
what I will do is I will get a better watch and just swap the dial from this watch because of course the bark is for some people a nice thing, but it's not a very sought after. Yeah.
It's not
I
my
find it
first.
funny that that Rolex offered to make the bark finish on day dates at a certain point of time.
It's not the first choice, but I don't mind them. Like, do you guys really hate the bark finish? I don't dislike it.
No,
hate
the
it.
advantage
You
on
hate it?
bark finish is that you never need to polish it ever
Yeah,
because
it's
there
always
is no polished center links. So the more it gets damaged, the more bark it looks.
But
There you
it
go.
gets fucking dirty, and it's in my
Yeah, you
opinion,
need
it's really ugly.
it's but the dial is very special, Mr.
Yeah,
Higgins.
I
The
agree
dial
with
is,
the dial. Yeah, the dial is beautiful.
I don't know how they put the new reference number dial in this old because it's not matching. You see, the problem Dan here is this the hands are not matching the dial, so this dial has been swapped at some point. This is not the dial that came with the watch, or there is something wrong. You see, it has tritium on the hands and nowhere to be seen on the dial. So there is a huge mismatching.
This is one of
Okay,
your favorites, Saad. I know you like these kind of
this
dials.
is actually the new rainbow. If you want an investment grade day date, not now. Economy is really down. So, but if you really want something which will be listed in auction houses in maybe 5, 6, 7 years, like it has been for the rainbow day dates, this is the dial to go for. It comes in the white gold also, white gold, yellow gold, and rose gold, all three.
Fantastic. Boys, we're rounding up to 4 hours. I'm getting a little tired now from all the streaming. We apparently had a notification that the Swiss and John show was on about a half an hour ago, so I don't know what the heck is going on.
Yeah, I postponed it now to next week. I didn't plan to make a show tonight because you were not available for tonight, and I was not
I
in the mood.
clearly was available because I'm on right now. But hey, look, if you want to fire one up, I'm sure the boys would hop over.
Yeah.
If not, we can do it next week. You tell me.
No, I'm gonna do it next week. You're worn out. We finally wore you out, which is the
Yeah.
first
Thank
one.
God, yes, I
It takes
have
4 hours to do
accomplished
it.
the
Yeah.
mission. Yes,
Yeah.
I've worn you out.
Took
This is
4
the
hours.
first time actually, 10, which I've accomplished by wearing you out. You know, you have
Yeah,
never
yeah.
been like this before. Thank
First
God
time,
I've done it.
first time, Tan lays the weapons on the ground, and
Yeah,
he
he has
waves the
surrendered.
white
He
flag.
has surrendered. Yes, thank
Yeah.
you.
I will surrender to you guys. I'm gonna run a clip here to just end us on the show. But I want to thank everybody for joining us here on the Archie Luxury channel. Archie will be live in about 3 hours time, so please check him out when he's live. Support, upvote, super chat, all that good stuff. I want to thank obviously all the panelists that came on, Mr. Higgins, Professor Saad, Hoff on Smash was on earlier, Mental Jock was on earlier. We had just really really good crew of people here just talking watches, having a good time, and I know that ASMR Fiking Watch Talk is everyone's favorite topic. So we'll see you guys next time, and we do appreciate everybody tuning into the show. And let's to finish us off, I think we'll because Saad's here, we'll play his favorite clip. Let's roll with Pantera. We'll see you guys next time.
Thank you, guys.
All right, motherfuckers. Fucking Pantera. People give me too much shit about it. Oh, Pantera. Yeah. The Pantera is not to be discussed. That's a off-limits topic.
We'll have to get you on the show to talk Pantera. Mike's an interesting guy because he was an ex-racing car driver. He had a Pantera. I don't know why he's got some really primitive equipment. I want to get Mike the Snake on to talk cars. Let's just see if we can hear him. Oh, it's terrible static, Mike.
I sent you an email, Archie.
Day and night I get these emails.
This is the guy who had the Pantera. Mike the Snake. Mike the Snake. Mike the Snake. You had a Pantera, didn't you?
What is that?
Oh, I did, yes.
He used to race
I love your race car.
Pantera.
You had a Pantera, Mike?
Yes, I did.
Wow.
Sent you a bunch of pictures of my Pantera.
Had a De Tomaso Pantera. De Tomaso.
De Tomaso.
De Tomaso. De Tomaso. De Tomaso. De Tomaso. Pantera. 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 Pantera.
Pantera.
Fuck, I love them.
Yeah.
Did you like Panteras?
My favorite car is a Pantera.
Amazing car. Pantera.
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 My Pantera?
Yes.
That looks like my old white Pantera right there. It's an Italian supercar.
Fucking Italian car. Mid-engine Ford V8. Low center of gravity.
It had 650 horsepower. Ford
V8 engine. In an Italian supercar.
The same transaxle, famous ZF gearbox, same exact transmission. It's a beautiful car. They're awesome. In 1972,
I love the Pantera.
What's a Pantera? A guitar? A watch?
they were the fastest car in the world that I know of. They only made about 1,500 total that I know of.
You had a Pantera, Mike?
He owned a Pantera.
And I drove the Pantera on track.
And he crashed
many times.
and died in the car.
Hey! It was set up for racing.
What does a Pantera go for these days?
Like the average mean average, maybe $15. You have to hunt around for a bit, but you can find them. If I had $1 million, I would go buy a fucking Porsche 911. They're timeless.
The Pantera's gone. Burnt down in the Californian fires.
Dying in the Pantera.
Saad burned the Pantera.
Fuck!
Why do you blame me for everything?
Yes, you lost in the California fire.
You burned the Pantera.
Yeah. Satan took it back.
You have many accidents.
Tell me this, Snake. That was lost in the fire?
It was. Yeah. The Pantera never burned. I forgot. No, the Pantera did not burn.
Now you understand what kind of pain I am going through, Mike?
He doesn't even have that fucking Pantera, Bear.
It's ridiculous. I sold it. My stories are true.
Is Mike fake your caddy faster than his fake Pantera?
Pantera is my favorite car in the whole world. I want my Pantera back.
Do you miss it?
Oh, yeah. I bought it off the president.
Mike got rabies when he got bit by his Pantera.
Fuck, that's kind of serious, isn't it?
Yeah. That's my favorite car of all time. I know. I mean, I want my shit back. Mark my word, I will own another. The induction system is fuel injected. It's just gotten to the point where it's like, why? Elvis had a Pantera and it wouldn't start and he shot it. Why do I?
Holy shit.
The editing.
That is what perfection is. Mookie has a program
Who's Mookie?
He helps Watch Nicholas on Watch Nicholas's channel.
Oh, okay, got you.
Great bit, Art.